Chapter 126. Mu Hongyu and the rest were shocked, and they hurriedly looked over. However, there was no movement at all. In the quiet forest, everything was very calm. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "Lu Yu, did you sense wrongly? I don't feel the aura of a magical beast." Chu Liuyue's expression didn't change and his eyes were still fixed on that spot. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." Mu Hongyu and the rest looked at each other. There were only trees around them. There wasn't even a tall bush. How could there be a magic beast hiding here? However, Chu Liyue didn't look like he was joking. The rest of them subconsciously kept quiet. A moment later, the fallen leaves in front of them suddenly moved. "There's something." Mu Hongyu and the rest immediately became alert. There really was a magical beast here. Puff. What is this? The few of them who were facing a great enemy were all stunned for a moment. Achoo! It's a little fox. Mu Hongyu blurted out. No. It's not a fox. It's a blood ferret. Chu Liyue heaved a sigh of relief. The rest of them were shocked. The rumored most useless third-grade magical beast, blood ferret? Puff. 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 Chu Liyue nodded. A third-grade magical beast was not considered to be of a particularly low level. However, the blood ferret's body was small and its attack power was not strong. Furthermore, it was too lively and active. It was not suitable to be a hunting magical beast. Such blood ferrets were usually kept as pets by the aristocratic families. Ah, forget it then. The few of them were disappointed. They did not expect that the first demonic beast they encountered after entering Wanling Mountain would be a blood ferret. Chu Liyue nodded. None of them had any magical beasts, so they came with high hopes. However, blood ferrets were not suitable for hunting. They ignored him and turned around to leave. However, just as Chu Liyue was about to move, he suddenly stopped and lowered his head to look. At some point in time, the little thing had bitten the hem of her clothes and was looking at her eagerly. Chu Liyue was silent for a moment. They did not want to hunt the blood ferret, but it seemed like it wanted to go with them. Chu Liyue bent down and wanted to take it away. However, the little thing seemed to know her intention. It ran to the other side and bit her. The blood ferret was extremely fast. If Chu Liyue caught it with her bare hands, she would definitely not be able to catch it. Hence, she did not move. "Lu Yu, it seems to like you a lot." Mu Hongyu could not help but say with a curious look on her face. She had only heard of the blood ferret, but she had never seen one before. It looked quite cute. Chu Liyue also found it strange and said to the little thing, "Don't worry." She said to the blood ferret, "We don't intend to do anything to you. You'd better not follow us." After saying that, the blood ferret blinked blankly. It seemed to take a while before it understood what Chu Liyue meant. She didn't want it anymore. Tears quickly gathered in the blood ferret's eyes. Bean-sized teardrops fell down. It looked up at Chu Liyue as if it was silently accusing her. Chu Liyue was speechless. Something seemed wrong. "Lu Yu, why don't we bring it along? You don't want it. Can't you just treat it as a pet? Otherwise, it will be lonely and pitiful." Mu Hongyu could not resist such a furry little thing. She could not help but say, "Why don't we let it follow me?" The blood ferret shook its head frantically. Mu Hongyu was a little disappointed. "It seems like it only wants to follow you," Chu Liyue thought for a moment. "Then be obedient and we will take you with us." The blood ferret hurriedly nodded and jumped up. Like a red bolt of lightning, it scurried onto Chu Liyue's shoulder. It squatted, swept its tail, and nestled on Chu Liyue's shoulder. From afar, it looked like a furry red dumpling. It was light, and not heavy at all. Chu Liyue glanced at it, and her lips curved up. "Let's go." After that, they continued to walk into the forest. Not long after, they encountered a third-grade fiend, Livid Horse. The Livid Horse was tall and was considered one of the stronger third-grade fiends. Livid horses have a cool temperament and are less aggressive. They usually don't take the initiative to fight people. They are suitable as mounts and not suitable for hunting. Liao Zhongshu said softly. Xinhu was a little tempted at first, but when he heard that, he immediately dispelled the idea. Then let's continue to walk in. Maybe we can find a better one. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. However, the Livid Horse did not move aside. It stood in front of them and scratched the ground with its front hooves. It breathed heavily through its nose, and there was obvious hostility in its eyes. Xinhu noticed that something was wrong and frowned. Bookworm, didn't you say that Livid Horses won't take the initiative to attack people? Why do I feel like it wants to fight with us? Liao Zhongshu was also a little surprised. It can't be, right? I have a few Livid Horses at home, and they are all very docile. Why is this? Could it be that the fiends in Wanling Mountain are all more ferocious? Before he could finish his sentence, the iron-green horse neighed and charged towards them at high speed. Xinhu was the first to bear the brunt. Ha! He shouted as he bent his legs and raised his muscular arms. His fan-like palms were clenched into fists and suddenly punched. Extreme Fist. He was a third-grade warrior and had a strong physical body. The power of this punch was not to be underestimated. The punch was fierce as it went toward the Livid Horse. The Livid Horse raised its front hooves and was about to dodge the punch. Xinhu immediately chased after him and actually dashed under the Livid Horse. Then, his fist turned into a claw and directly struck the Livid Horse's abdomen. Rip! The Livid Horse's abdomen was immediately torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Xinhu's face was also stained with some dirty blood. However, this made his fighting spirit even stronger. Die! He shouted and was about to take its life. At this moment, the Livid Horse suddenly raised its leg and kicked Xinhu's chest. Be careful! Mu Hongyu and the rest sensed that something was wrong and immediately went forward to help. The Livid Horse was attacked from both sides and had no choice but to be distracted. Its attack power was greatly reduced. However, it was still ruthless and kicked Xinhu's back. Poof! Xinhu suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was much paler. Gu Mingfeng stared at the Livid Horse and saw a hint of red in its eyes. This beast is going crazy. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. The Livid Horse was gentle by nature. Why would it attack them for no reason? And it was so crazy? At that moment, Mu Hongyu exclaimed, What? Lu Yu. It's dangerous. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that the Livid Horse had bypassed Mu Hongyu and the rest and was charging toward her. It was targeting her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 127. Chu Luiyue's eyes darkened as he drew his sword from his waist and stabbed forward. Pfft! That bright and sharp sword pierced the steel azure horse's neck with unparalleled precision. The steel azure horse let out a painful neigh as its eyes turned even crazier. Its body moved and it continued to attack Chu Luiyue without a care for anything else. Chu Luiyue's expression was cold as he flipped his wrist. That long sword suddenly slashed horizontally, forcefully severing the steel azure horse's neck. Thump! The huge, greenish head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The wound that Chu Luiyue had cut was still bleeding profusely. The steel azure horse's eyes were wide open as it twitched twice before it stopped breathing very quickly. Chu Luiyue sheathed her sword and glanced at the corpse on the ground as she thought to herself. She did not know the steel azure horse and she had not done anything overboard. Why would it react like this? Mu Hongyu and the others were stunned for a while before they reacted to what had happened. Li Luiyue, you're too fast. Mu Hongyu asked in a daze. The few of them had attacked together but were unable to stop the berserk iron azure horse. However, Chu Luiyue had only used one sword strike to kill it. What kind of power did he need to do that? Damn! You were still holding back when you were competing with Chu Qianmin? Jianghu, who had fallen to the ground, finally got up. However, he could not care less about the blood on his face and body. He only stared at Chu Luiyue in disbelief. He had fought the steel azure horse head-on just now and had experienced its power. Even someone as strong as him had suffered under the hooves of the steel azure horse. If Mu Hongyu and the others had not come to help, he might not have been its match. But Chu Luiyue had actually killed it so easily. Chu Luiyue collected her thoughts and looked up at the others. She shrugged. It wanted to kill me, so of course I wouldn't show it any mercy. As for the midterm assessment, didn't teachers say to stop when the time was right? Jianghu stared at Chu Luiyue as he spoke so casually. He could not help but curse in a low voice. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. You can take the origin core. Jianghu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You killed the steel azure horse, so the origin core is naturally yours. I, Jianghu, am not a greedy person. Chu Luiyue rubbed the area between his brows. This Jianghu's personality was a little too straightforward. You were injured by it. If you don't rest well, you won't be able to recover without half a month. Take its origin core and use it to heal. You'll recover faster. The others were stunned by his words. Jianghu was a little tempted, but he still asked doubtfully, really? How do you know all this? Chu Luiyue could not be bothered with him. He turned and walked forward. It's just a third-grade origin core. It's not a good thing. It's fine if you don't want it. But if it affects our entire team, Hongyu won't let you off, let alone me. Mu Hongyu suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Didn't you hear what Luiyue said? Hurry up and go. Jianghu staggered from the pat, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he grinned. Then I'll take the origin core first. When we encounter other magical beasts in the future, I'll be at the front to help you. As he spoke, he walked to the side of the corpse and cut it open with his saber. From the steel azure horse's head, he took out a green pearl the size of a longan. On it, 3 veined patterns could be clearly seen. Jianghu wiped off the blood on it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. A warm current flowed through his lungs, and the heart-wrenching pain instantly lessened. Jianghu's eyes lit up. It really works. Chu Luiyue did not turn back. The origin cores of magical beasts all contain some poison, and the steel azure horse is no exception. Every hour after that, cut your thumb and let out some blood. Do this 3 times, and the poison in the origin core will naturally be expelled. It would have been better to use the 3 pure leaves, but there doesn't seem to be any here. Let's use this stupid method for now. Her tone was light, as if it was a small matter. However, Mu Hongyu and the others were dumbfounded by what they heard. Chu Luiyue walked a few steps and realized that there was no movement behind her. She finally turned around, but saw that they were all looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Luiyue, how do you know so much? Mu Hongyu asked hesitantly. Gu Mingfeng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Have you forgotten that she passed all 3 exams to get into the academy? Of course, that included Heaven Doctor. Actually, Mu Hongyu and the others could not be blamed for not remembering. On the day Chu Luiyue had been admitted to the academy, she had immediately participated in the Mystic Master and Warrior midterm examinations. She had placed 2nd and 1st respectively. It was really too dazzling. Not many people had really paid attention to Heaven Doctor. Now that Gu Mingfeng mentioned it, the few of them snapped out of their daze. Damn! I really forgot. Jianghu smacked his head and gave Chu Luiyue a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Chu Luiyue, Jianghu, am really impressed by you now. Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. It's just a superficial knowledge. It's nothing much. Let's continue walking in. All right. Mu Hongyu and the others responded in unison. Mu Hongyu had originally been the leader of their team, but unknowingly, they had already treated Chu Luiyue as their backbone. It was as if she could inexplicably convince people just by standing there. Gu Mingfeng followed at the back and narrowed his eyes. Chu Luiyue really only knew a little. The Iron Azure Horse was not considered common. Even if ordinary people had seen it, they might not know much about it. But Chu Luiyue actually knew something like how to expel the poison from the Iron Azure Horse original elixir. Could it really be such a coincidence? In the mountains, the sky always darkened very quickly. The sun set, the curtain of night hung high, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Why don't we rest here today? Mu Hongyu suggested as they walked to a relatively spacious area. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly pulled her back. Wait. Mu Hongyu looked at her strangely, only to see that Chu Luiyue's expression was vigilant and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was very nervous. She could not help but feel nervous as well. What's wrong? After what had happened in the day, she trusted Chu Luiyue the most now. If Chu Luiyue felt that something was wrong, then something was definitely wrong. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips tightly and did not speak. However, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What exactly is? Mu Hongyu stopped abruptly in the middle of her sentence. A pair of cold and glossy green eyes appeared in the darkness like two balls of will-o'-the-wisp. There's a wolf. Chu Luiyue held her breath. It's not just one. The few of them looked at the same time and saw that next to the pair of green eyes, a second and a third pair had appeared. Very soon, they were surrounded by these cold eyes that looked like will-o'-the-wisp. Greedy, cold and cruel. There was a dead silence in the forest, only endless murderous intent was spreading wildly. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. It's a pack of wolves. Digression, usually updated at 9 in the morning, mobile users please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 128. Chu Luiyue's eyes darkened. He drew his sword from his waist and stabbed it forward. Poof! That bright and sharp sword accurately pierced the livid horse's neck. The livid horse let out a painful neigh, and its eyes became even crazier. It moved its body and continued to attack Chu Luiyue without caring about anything else. Chu Luiyue's expression was cold as he flipped his wrist. The sword suddenly slashed horizontally and cut off the livid horse's neck. Plop! The livid horse's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The wound that Chu Luiyue cut was still bleeding. The livid horse's eyes were wide open, and it twitched twice before it stopped breathing. Chu Luiyue put his sword away and looked at the corpse on the ground. He was deep in thought. She did not know this livid horse, and she did not do anything overboard. Why did it react this way? Mu Hongyu and the rest were stunned for a while before they realized what had happened. Lu Yu. You're too fast. Mu Hongyu asked in a daze. The few of them had attacked the livid horse together, but they could not stop it. However, Chu Luiyue killed it with just one slash. How strong must he be to do that? F***CK. You were still holding back when you were competing with Chu Xianmin the other day? Jianghu, who was lying on the ground, got up with much difficulty. He did not care about the blood on his face and body. He stared at Chu Luiyue with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had a taste of the livid horse's abilities when he fought it head-on earlier. Even someone as strong as him had suffered under the livid horse's hooves. If Mu Hongyu and the rest did not help him, he might not have been its match. However, Chu Luiyue killed it so easily. Chu Luiyue collected his thoughts, looked up at the few of them, and shrugged. It wanted to kill me, so I naturally did not show it any mercy. As for the midterm assessment, didn't the teacher say not to go overboard? Jianghu stared at Chu Luiyue with his eyes wide open. He could not help but curse softly. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. You can have the pearl of essence. Jianghu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You killed the livid horse, so its pearl of essence is naturally yours. I'm not a greedy person. Chu Luiyue rubbed his eyebrows. Sinhu's personality was a little too straightforward. You were injured by it. If you don't recuperate, you'll need at least 10 days to half a month. If you take its origin pill and use your origin to heal, you'll recover faster. Sinhu's words were stunned. Sinhu's words, but he still doubtfully. Really? How do you know this? Chu Luiyue could not be bothered with him. He turned around and walked away. A mere third-grade pearl of essence is nothing. It's fine if you don't want it. But if it affects our entire team, Hongyu will be the first to come after you. Mu Hongyu had an epiphany and suddenly patted his shoulder. Didn't you hear what Liu said? Why aren't you going? Sinhu staggered from the slap, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he grinned. Then, I'll take the pearl of essence first. When we encounter other fiends, I'll definitely rush to the front to help you. As he spoke, he walked to the corpse and cut it open. From the head of the livid horse, he took out a green pearl the size of a longan fruit. 3 lines were clearly visible on the pearl. Sinhu wiped the blood off the pearl and swallowed it. A warm current passed through his heart, and the heart-wrenching pain from before was instantly alleviated by a lot. Sinhu's eyes lit up. It really works. Chu Luiyue didn't turn around and lightly said, she said calmly, the pearl of essence of a fiend is more or less poisonous. The livid horse is no exception. After that, every hour, cut your thumb and let out some blood. Do this 3 times and you will naturally be able to expel the poison from the pill of essence. It would be better to use the 3 pure leaves, but I don't think there are any here. Let's use this stupid method for now. Her tone was light, as if this was just a small matter. However, Mu Hongyu and the rest were all dumbfounded. Chu Luiyue walked a few steps and realized that there was no movement behind her. She finally turned around and saw that they were looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Luyu, how do you know so much? Mu Hongyu asked hesitantly. Gu Mingfeng, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly spoke. Have you forgotten that she was admitted to the college after passing all 3 examinations? This naturally included the celestial physician. Actually, Mu Hongyu and the others could not be blamed for not remembering. On the day that Chu Luiyue was admitted to the college, she directly participated in the Xian Master and Warrior midterm examinations. She came in 2nd place and 1st place respectively. It was truly too dazzling. Not many people paid attention to the celestial physician. Now that Gu Mingfeng mentioned it, the others suddenly snapped out of their daze. Damn! I really forgot. Sinhu slapped his head and gave Chu Luiyue a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Chu Luiyue, Sinhu, really admire you now. Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. It's just a superficial knowledge. It's not a big deal. Let's continue walking. Okay. Mu Hongyu and the others responded in unison. Originally, their team leader was Mu Hongyu, but unknowingly, they had already regarded Chu Luiyue as their backbone. It was as if she could inexplicably convince others just by standing there. Gu Mingfeng followed at the back and narrowed his eyes. Chu Luiyue really only knew a superficial knowledge. The livid horse was not considered common. Even if an average person had seen it, they might not know much about it. However, Chu Luiyue actually knew how to expel the poison from the livid horse's pill of origin. Could it really be such a coincidence? The sky in the mountain forest always turned dark very quickly. The sun set and the curtain of night hung up. A bright moon hung in the sky. Shall we rest here first today? Mu Hongyu suggested as they walked to a more spacious area. Chu Luiyue suddenly pulled her back. Wait. Mu Hongyu looked at her strangely and saw Chu Luiyue's vigilant expression. Her brows were tightly knitted as if she was very nervous. She could not help but feel nervous. What's the matter? After what happened during the day, she trusted Chu Luiyue the most now. If Chu Luiyue felt that something was wrong, then something was definitely wrong. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips tightly and did not speak. However, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What on earth? Mu Hongyu abruptly stopped halfway through her sentence. A pair of cold green eyes appeared in the darkness like two balls of will-o'-the-wisps. There's a wolf. Chu Luiyue held her breath. Not just one. The few of them looked over together and saw a second and third pair of green eyes appear one after another beside that pair of green eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by these cold eyes that looked like will-o'-the-wisps. Greedy, cold, cruel. There was a deathly silence in the forest. Only endless killing intent was spreading crazily. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes. It's a pack of wolves. Digression, usually updated at 9 a.m., mobile users please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 129. This is a third-grade fiend, a red wolf. There must be at least a dozen of them. There are only 5 of us. How can we be their match? Mu Hongyu's face turned pale. They were too unlucky to encounter such danger as soon as they entered Wanling mountain range. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, they might have a chance of winning if they worked together. However, there were so many of them. Without a doubt, they would not be able to defeat them. Liao Zhongshu frowned and muttered, "That's not right." Although red wolves live in packs and are ferocious, they are also very arrogant. They rarely fight with people for no reason. We didn't do anything. Why are they targeting us? Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly recalled that the livid horse seemed to be targeting her, for no reason. Could it be that these red wolves were also targeting her? The two parties were in a stalemate. The air seemed to have frozen. What do you want? After a short moment of dead silence, a cold voice broke the strange atmosphere. Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke. At the same time, she took a step forward and stood in front of them. Mu Hongyu pulled her sleeve nervously. Crazy. Those red wolves were so ferocious. If they went over now, they would be courting death. Chu Luiyue patted her gently, indicating that she did not need to worry. However, Mu Hongyu still refused to let go. She was afraid that Chu Luiyue would take things too hard and go over. Luyu, we are no match for these things. Let's think of a way to escape. I'll send a message to the teachers and elders now and ask for their help. As she spoke, Mu Hongyu was about to take out the signal tube. Chu Liuyue's heart sank. She wanted to stop her. Don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Hongyu had already taken out the signal tube. A woo. A ferocious roar suddenly echoed through the forest. The sudden movement startled Mu Hongyu. She instinctively trembled and did not pull the signal tube in time. However, the surrounding pack of wolves suddenly walked forward. The encirclement became even tighter. Following that, the wolves raised their heads and howled. Ayo, under the moonlight, such a sound was particularly horrifying. Chu Luiyue felt her organs tremble, and she knitted her brows tightly. With so many red-winged wolves, even if each of them bit them once, it would be more than enough for them to endure. They seemed to be angry. Tsun, who was also sweating profusely from nervousness. Chu Luiyue tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. His muscles tightened as he secretly accumulated power. The red wolf is extremely intelligent and sensitive. When Snapper took out the signal tube, they knew that we were going to call for help. To them, this is a provocation. Mu Hongyu immediately panicked. So it was because of her? I'm sorry, now is not the time to talk about this. Chu Luiyue interrupted her with a reassuring tone. Since they've set their sights on us, they won't leave easily. It's only a matter of time before they attack us. Although Mu Hongyu said that, she still blamed herself. Suddenly, the gathered wolves parted in the middle. A snow-white, muscular red-winged wolf slowly walked out from the back of the pack. Its fur was smooth and shiny. When it walked out of the darkness, the moonlight shone on its body, making it look particularly majestic. Most importantly, its eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Chu Luiyue saw it clearly and knew that there was no way for them to negotiate. He immediately reminded them in a low voice. That's the Wolf King. They became even more cautious. The books say that every wolf pack has its own Wolf King. If the Wolf King is killed, then the wolf pack will suffer a huge blow and be defeated. Liao Zhongshu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. They immediately understood what he meant. To catch bandits, first catch the Wolf King. They had no chance of winning against so many red-winged wolves. Their only hope was to kill the Wolf King as soon as possible. Only then would they have a chance of survival while the wolf pack was in chaos. Leave the Wolf King to me. You guys wait for the right time to strike. Gu Mingfeng suddenly said. Chu Luiyue looked back at him in surprise. He saw that the feminine face was expressionless. Only his clenched jaw showed that he was not as relaxed as he looked. In fact, Gu Mingfeng made this choice because he knew that the situation today was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would all die here. He was the highest level among them. Naturally, he had to be at the forefront. Mu Hongyu and the others looked at each other. Everyone knew that this was the most dangerous situation. However, if something happened to Gu Mingfeng, the red-winged wolf's most powerful weapon is its sharp claws and teeth. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Remember, don't fight it head-on. I'll support you, Chu Luiyue said in a low voice. He then instructed the others to do their best to stop the other red-winged wolves. As long as they had enough time, they might win. Mu Hongyu bit her lip. Yes, the situation is dangerous. The two of you must be careful. You too. After Chu Luiyue said that, he silently held the dagger in his other hand. The next moment, the Wolf King suddenly moved. It was extremely fast. It drew a snow-white trail in the air and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Gu Mingfeng tapped his toes and flew forward. He raised his sword and slashed at the Wolf King. Almost at the same time, Chu Luiyue followed closely behind. In an instant, the two of them and the Wolf King were in a tripartite confrontation. On the other side, the wolf pack charged at them from all directions. Mu Hongyu and the other two had their backs against each other, forming a small protective circle. They began to fight with the wolf pack. Gu Mingfeng's sword was about to strike, but the Wolf King was faster. With a leap, it jumped onto a tree trunk at the side. It lowered its body and exerted force with its hind legs. Its entire body flew out rapidly. It charged in front of Gu Mingfeng in an instant. Gu Mingfeng was shocked. He immediately raised his sword to block in front of his chest. Whoosh! The sharp claws rubbed against the sword body, making an ear-piercing sound. Gu Mingfeng only felt his body being attacked by a heavy force. His body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. When he finally steadied himself, he quickly looked down and saw that there were already a few clear scratches on the sword body. It was left behind by the Wolf King just now. Its claws were actually so sharp. They were even more dangerous than swords. Gu Mingfeng's expression darkened. This Wolf King's strength was clearly about to break through to rank 4. He was definitely not a match for it just by relying on himself. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, he felt a gust of cold wind coming toward him. It was the Wolf King in hot pursuit and attacking again. He channeled his force and poured it into his sword. However, the Wolf King had already pounced on him at this time. Gu Mingfeng could not block it and directly crashed onto the ground. He wanted to get up and escape, but he could not move at all. He could only be slaughtered by the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened its bloody mouth. Its sharp teeth shone with a cold light as it bit at Gu Mingfeng's neck. A fishy smell hit him in the face. Gu Mingfeng could even feel its teeth pressing against his skin. Gu Mingfeng's blood seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, just as he thought that he was going to die, a biting cold aura suddenly attacked. Behind the Wolf King was Chu Luiyue's sword. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 130. Sensing the danger, the Wolf King could only stop attacking Gu Mingfeng and turn to pounce on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's sword slashed across its back and the Wolf King's fur stood on end. It was as hard as steel needles. This sword strike only left an extremely shallow bloodstain on the surface. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips tightly. Although the king of the Crimson Wind Wolves was only a third-grade magical beast, its strength was comparable to a fourth-grade magical beast. The most troublesome part was its fur. However, Chu Luiyue's attack had thoroughly enraged the Wolf King. After exchanging blows with Chu Luiyue, it landed on the ground not far away and was filled with cold murderous intent. "A woo!" The Wolf King raised its head and howled, then charged toward Chu Luiyue again. Chu Luiyue raised her sword and the man and beast clashed. The Wolf King bit the sword directly. Crack! The long sword broke. In Chu Luiyue's hand, there was only a broken sword left. The Wolf King followed closely. It went straight for Chu Luiyue's neck. Gu Mingfeng's heart suddenly felt empty when he saw this scene. However, Chu Luiyue did not retreat. Instead, she went forward and stabbed the remaining half of the sword into the Wolf King's mouth. The Wolf King let out a howl. The next moment, it seemed to have gone berserk and bit the broken sword into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Luiyue felt a few drops of warm liquid on her face. The thick stench of blood was nauseating. She quickly let go of the sword hilt and retreated. The Wolf King went forward again. This time, its speed was even faster than before. Chu Luiyue could not dodge in time. When she looked up, she could already see the Wolf King's sharp teeth. She tilted her head and narrowly avoided the Wolf King's attack. The next moment, a cold murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She bent her knee and raised her leg, then kicked the Wolf King in the stomach. To an ordinary person, this kick might be an extremely serious attack. However, to the Wolf King, whose physical strength was tyrannical, it was nothing. The Wolf King's movement only paused for a moment before it continued to attack. Its sharp claws went for the heart. Once it was hit, it would definitely die. Gu Mingfeng, who had just gotten up with difficulty, saw this scene and his heart was in his mouth. His pupils constricted. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The Wolf King only saw a flash in front of its eyes, then felt a cold touch on its front leg. Its actions finally stopped, but it saw Chu Luiyue holding a dagger in front of her chest. Its front claws, which had attacked Chu Luiyue, had been chopped off. A moment later, an intense pain. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Chu Luiyue kicked it out again. The Wolf King lost its front paws and fell heavily to the ground heavily. With dust and blood all over his body, he looked like he was in a sorry state. "Ming! Luiyue! Hurry! We can't hold on any longer!" Mu Hongyu suddenly shouted. Chu Luiyue glanced sideways and saw that the three of them had already fallen into the pack of wolves. Their figures were almost buried in the wolves. Without hesitation, she quickly went forward and leaped. Her hand rose and the knife fell. The knife pierced through the Wolf King's head. A bloody hole instantly appeared in the Wolf King's head. Its eyeballs protruded and its flesh and blood rolled. It wanted to struggle to get up, but Gu Mingfeng immediately went forward and added another stab to the wound. It twitched a few times before it went completely silent. The wolf pack immediately sensed the Wolf King's death and it was followed by chaos. Not long after, the pack of wolves that had been attacking Mu Hongyu and the other two fled in all directions, disappearing into the dark forest without a trace. The surroundings finally quieted down again. Only the bloodstains on the ground and the Wolf King's corpse proved what had happened here. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the crisis was over. She took 2 steps back and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Her current ability was not bad compared to Chu Xinmin's, but it was still very difficult for her to fight with a fiend of the Red Wolf King's level. The short exchange had almost depleted her energy. If she had not used the dagger to block the Wolf King's fatal attack, she might have been. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and looked at the dagger in her hand. The thin and sharp dagger had clear moonlight flowing on it, and there was not a trace of blood. However, she had already experienced its power earlier. This time, she really had to thank Rongxiu. If it were her previous dagger, she definitely would not have been able to kill the Wolf King so easily. Unknowingly, Rongxiu had saved her again. Chu Luiyue looked at the dagger in a daze. Lu Yu. Are you okay? Mu Hongyu rushed over and hurriedly sized up Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue snapped out of her daze and shook her head. I'm fine. Your arm is cut. Mu Hongyu wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but she saw that Chu Luiyue's right arm had a few cuts. Chu Luiyue glanced at it and did not seem to care. I was accidentally scratched by that beast just now. It's nothing. You guys were surrounded by the wolves. How are you? Mu Hongyu was relieved when she saw her calm expression and confident tone. Her expression darkened when she heard Chu Luiyue's question. I'm fine. It's just that Liao Zhongshu was seriously injured when he tried to protect me and Sinhu. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw Liao Zhongshu sitting on the ground with Sinhu supporting him. His face was covered in blood, and there was a shocking wound on his thigh. It seemed that a piece of flesh had been bitten off. She frowned and walked over. How are you? Liao Zhongshu's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. I'm fine. How can you be fine? Sinhu was anxious and his eyes were filled with frustration. It's all my fault. The wolves pounced on me just now and I couldn't hold them back. Zhongshu tried to help me. Liao Zhongshu shook his head and said weakly, you were injured. It's normal that you couldn't hold them back. You don't have to blame yourself. We're on the same team, aren't we? His voice became softer and softer, and he looked like he would faint at any moment. Mu Hongyu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Lu Yu, what should we do? You're a celestial physician. Do you have any ideas? Chu Luiyue bent down and carefully checked his injuries. She thought for a moment and shook her head. He's too badly injured. Even you can't do anything? Mu Hongyu's eyes became hot. She quickly turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. Among them, Lu Yu was the most capable. Even she said that she couldn't do it. The corners of Liao Zhongshu's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. However, his pale face made him even more distressing. I know my own body, I'll help you stop the bleeding first. Sinhu, pull Liao Zhongshu's signal tube and ask the teacher to take him away. He can't continue in this situation. Wanling Mountain's terrain was steep. After the arrival of the magical beasts, it would only become more dangerous. Liao Zhongshu had to go back and recuperate. They looked at each other and fell silent. Sinhu lowered his head and finally took out Liao Zhongshu's signal tube. He pulled it. Poof! A firework suddenly rose into the sky. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 131. Now that things had come to this, everyone decided to rest where they were. Mu Hongyu went to start a fire, and the group sat around it, waiting for their teacher's arrival. Chu Luiyue found some herbs nearby and bandaged Liao Zhongshu's wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. The others were more or less injured, so she distributed the herbs and let them deal with it themselves. Finally, she applied the remaining herbs to her arm. The pain that had just subsided was stimulated by the herbs, causing her to frown. Someone walked over. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw Gu Mingfeng. Just now. Thank you. The flames leaped and shone on Gu Mingfeng's face, making his expression look even more obscure and unclear. Chu Luiyue shook her head. It's not worth mentioning. That Wolf King is powerful. You and I are no match for it alone. We can only win if we work together. Fortunately, we were lucky. Gu Mingfeng looked at her, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Chu Luiyue said it casually, but in that life-and-death struggle, the slightest carelessness could have cost them their lives. But Chu Luiyue didn't hesitate at all. Especially, when he thought he was going to die under the Wolf King's fangs. If not for Chu Liuyue's timely appearance, he would be worse than Liao Zhongshu. She saved his life. But she didn't seem to care. Was there really such a selfless person in this world? Chu Liyue sensed that Gu Mingfeng hadn't left, so she looked up at him and saw the surging emotions in his eyes. Gu Mingfeng frowned and immediately looked away. Chu Liyue smiled inwardly. She had seen too many scheming people in her previous life. She could see through Gu Mingfeng's thoughts at a glance. Perhaps because of his background, he was a little gloomy and sensitive, and he subconsciously distrusted everyone. Even though they were in the same team, Chu Liyue believed that Gu Mingfeng had never cared about their lives. The main reason he was willing to deal with the Wolf King was because he wanted to save his own life. I saved you out of convenience. You don't have to take it to heart. In that kind of situation, if it was anyone else, would have taken action. Chu Liyue said indifferently. Gu Mingfeng was shocked. Only then did she realize that her thoughts had been seen through by Chu Liyue. He frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and planned to leave. After taking a step forward, he stopped. No matter what, I owe you one this time. After he finished speaking, he walked to a spot far away and sat down. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Chu Liyue looked at him thoughtfully. His impression of him improved a little. Gu Mingfeng was much better than his half-sister, Gu Mingzhu. After waiting for about an hour, teacher Wen Yan, who was leading the team, finally arrived. He looked travel-worn and there were sporadic bloodstains on his body, as if he had just been through a fight. Seeing that Chu Liyue and the others were injured, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter? You were also attacked by magical beasts?" Also? Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. How did teacher Wen Yan know? Wen Yan frowned. Lu Fian and the others also encountered the same situation. Of the 5 of them, 3 were severely injured and 2 were lightly injured. I received their distress signal 2 hours ago. I just sent them out and rushed over. Mu Hongyu and the others were also shocked. It's that serious? Mr. Wen Yan nodded solemnly. Indeed. According to them, they were attacked by Cloud Zurge leopards. Cloud Zurge leopards were 3rd-tier magical beasts, and they were powerful and ferocious. It was no wonder Lu Fian and the others were in such a miserable state. Then, they all left and withdrew from this hunt? Yes. The 3 of them are severely injured and no longer have the strength to fight. The remaining 2, Lu Fian and Lu Fian, are also trembling in fear after this battle. As Wen Yan spoke, he walked to Liao Zhongshu's side. After examining him carefully, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they are severely injured, it's fortunate that we managed to save them in time. It's not too late to return now. Liao Zhongshu knew that he would only be a burden to everyone if he stayed. Then, I'll have to trouble teacher Wen Yan. Wen Yan sighed. Zhongshu, you're very talented. You could have hunted a suitable magical beast this time. Unfortunately, there was no need to think about it now. Liao Zhongshu's pale lips twitched as he smiled weakly. Teacher Wen Yan, don't worry. I know that my life is more important. It's good that you can think this way. When you recover, there will be more opportunities. It's not worth it for a moment of anger. Wen Yan was relieved as he looked at Chu Liyue and the others. Then, what about the 4 of you? Sinhu said in a rough voice. Of course, we have to continue. It would be too cowardly if they retreated just like that. Liao Zhongshu almost lost his life to help them resist the wolf pack. If they also retreated, what was the point? Are you sure? Teacher Wen Yan sighed. Wanling Mountain is very strange this time. Some magical beasts that were originally active in the inner area have appeared in the outer area. They are very aggressive. I contacted the other teachers just now and many teams have encountered the same situation. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Sinhu was stunned. He scratched his head and instinctively looked at Chu Liyue. Mu Hongyu and Gu Mingfeng also looked over at the same time. Lu Yu, what do you think? Mu Hongyu asked. Teacher Wen Yan was a little surprised. Wasn't the leader of their team Mu Hongyu? Why did it seem like Chu Luyue was the backbone now? Chu Luyue thought for a moment and calmly glanced at them. I choose to continue. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 132. Okay. Let's continue. Mu Hongyu seemed to have taken a calming pill. She clenched her fists, and her hesitant expression became firm. Jianghu nodded. Let's continue. We'll follow you. Although Gu Mingfeng didn't say anything, he nodded in agreement. Teacher Wen Yan stared blankly. This team. Was Chu Luyue the one in charge? She said to continue, but the others didn't have any objections. They seemed to be more confident than before. They had only been in Wanling Mountain for a day. What happened to them? Lu Yu, are you sure? Mr. Wen Yan hesitated for a while and tried to dissuade them. Wanling Mountain is different from before. It's much more dangerous. Even if you really want to hunt magical beasts, I'm afraid now is not the best time. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat. Chu Liuyue's tone was very light, but it was steady and had the power to make others feel at ease. Mr. Wen Yan, you can bring Liao Zhongshu back. I know what I'm doing and won't risk my life. If we go back now, we'll be unwilling. Mr. Wen Yan was anxious. Luyue, I know that the few of you aren't weak, and you all have pride in your hearts. But now, you're all injured. Look at the mess. Do you think I don't know how dangerous it was? As he spoke, he suddenly saw the carcass of a fiend lying not far away. His voice stopped abruptly. That was, a red wolf? You were attacked by a red wolf? He came in a hurry, so he didn't see the carcass of the red wolf. Mu Hongyu still had lingering fears. Mr. Wen Yan, that's the carcass of the Red Wolf King. We were attacked by a pack of red wolves just now. This sentence made Teacher Wen Yan so shocked that he was speechless. He stepped forward and took a closer look. It was indeed the Wolf King. Although it was covered in dust and blood, its pierced head was obvious. You killed it? Lu Yu and Mingfeng killed him together. Mu Hongyu sighed. The three of us were in charge of stopping the wolf pack. Zhongshu was seriously injured because he tried to save me and Jianghu. Teacher Wen Yan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Only his heart was filled with shock. Red Peak wolves. And the Wolf King. Yet, the few of them had actually managed to withstand such a battle. Moreover, other than Liao Zhongshu, the other four seemed to have only suffered some superficial wounds. Although he knew that these people had good rankings in the midterm assessment and could be considered a strong alliance, he did not expect them to be able to reach this step. He was silent for a long time. Chu Luyue looked at the dancing flames in front of him and said softly, "Don't worry. Teacher Wen Yan, I know you're worried about us. But the path of cultivation had always been like this. If one was blindly greedy for comfort, then one would never be able to become a true expert. What do you think?" Wen Yan was shocked and looked at Chu Luyue with a complicated expression. You're right. Teacher has been overthinking things. How could one grow if they were afraid of everything? Then, I'll send Zhongshu out first. You guys be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately ask for help. Chu Luyue and the others nodded. Teacher, don't worry. After Teacher Wen Yan left with Liao Zhongshu, the few of them decided to take turns to rest. The first one was Chu Luyue. She was considered to be the one with the lighter injuries among them, so she let the others rest and recover their vitality first. The surroundings fell silent again. Chu Luyue sat cross-legged and adjusted her breathing. The scene of her battle with the Wolf King today kept replaying in her mind. This body was still too weak. When she returned, she should consider improving her physical strength, Chu Luiyue felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a furry red dumpling squatting on top of her. "You're quite smart. You ran quickly when you encountered danger and came back when it was over." Chu Luiyue poked it lightly. The blood ferret's fluffy tail moved, revealing a pair of round eyes that were full of flattery. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and looked at it. The blood ferret moved closer and carefully extended its 2 claws to bow. It looked wronged and worried, and tears quickly gathered in its eyes. It was as if it would cry if Chu Luiyue was a little more strict. She couldn't blame it for looking like this. Chu Luiyue rubbed her forehead. There was a reason why blood ferrets were known as the weakest third-rank demonic beasts. It didn't have any other abilities, but its escaping speed was top-notch. She didn't really mean to blame it. Was she counting on this little thing to help them defeat the Red Summit wolves? Forget it. As long as you're happy. Chu Luiyue tapped its head. Realizing that Chu Luiyue wasn't really angry, the little thing relaxed. It intimately moved forward and rubbed its head against her face. Chu Luiyue's lips curved slightly. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, they set off again and headed into Wan's Spirit Mountain. The forest was lush, and the deeper they went, the quieter it was. However, such an environment made them more vigilant. "This place seems a little strange." Mu Hongyu looked around and muttered softly. Chu Luiyue, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The others also stopped. "Luyu, is there a problem?" Mu Hongyu asked. After what happened the day before, they were very confident in Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. "Let's go back." "Go back?" "But we just arrived here." They were very puzzled, but when they saw Chu Luiyue's serious expression, they didn't say anything else. However, just as they turned around and walked a few steps, a woman suddenly screamed behind them. "Help! Digression, yesterday, when I was writing, I fell asleep while sitting down. Later, it will drop at 5 p.m. Please check your mobile phone users." A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 133. Although the voice was sharp, Chu Luiyue was very familiar with it. Gu Mingfeng's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. This voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Mu Hongyu wanted to look back, but Chu Luiyue pulled her back. "Let's go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones crying for help." Mu Hongyu was shocked and hurriedly followed him. The few of them quickly retreated back the way they came, but the screams did not stop. They were even getting closer. "Help!" The screams were accompanied by messy footsteps. It was obvious that someone was running for their life. Gu Mingzhu wanted to hunt a satisfactory fiend in Wan's Spirit Mountain this time. Her family had suggested that they help her choose one, but she was arrogant and refused to let others help her. She wanted to hunt by herself. Thus, she had been looking forward to this fiend tide for a long time. However, she did not expect to be in danger after just one day in Wan's Spirit Mountain. She ran forward in a panic. Her heart was beating so violently that it almost jumped out of her mouth. Actually, she had used up all her energy, but she did not dare to stop. She could only keep running forward. She did not even dare to look back. In a blur, she seemed to see a few figures in the distance. Although she could not see their faces clearly, they were wearing Tianlu Academy's uniform. She was elated and quickly called for help. However, those people did not come over. After hearing her call for help, they started to retreat. Gu Mingzhu became anxious and used the last of her energy to chase after them. "Help! I'm also a student of Tianlu Academy. You guys help me." Sanhu could not help but look back when he heard this voice. His eyes immediately widened when he saw what was on the screen. Gu Mingzhu. Sanhu knew Gu Mingzhu, but Gu Mingzhu did not know him. After all, she had always looked down on martial artists. Thus, other than the most famous ones, she had never looked at anyone else. When she heard that Sanhu recognized her, she was elated. I'm Gu Mingzhu. If you help me, I'll thank you properly when I get back. Chu Luiyue suddenly stopped and looked in front of her with a serious expression. Mu Hongyu and the others sensed that something was wrong and stopped as well. Only then did Gu Mingzhu look at them carefully. Other than Sun Hu, the other three had their backs facing her. However, this back view was very familiar. She stared at him for a while, then frowned and asked suspiciously, Gu Mingfeng? Gu Mingfeng turned his head and looked at her expressionlessly. Gu Mingzhu showed a look of disgust. It really is you. I'm really unlucky to have met you today. His tone and expression didn't seem like he had seen a family at all. Instead, it seemed like he had seen something dirty. Gu Mingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness. Lu Yu, is there a problem? Mu Hongyu asked in a low voice. Hearing this name, Gu Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. No wonder she felt that it was familiar. This back, wasn't it Chu Luiyue? Her expression became even more unsightly. It's disgusting enough to meet Gu Mingfeng, but I didn't expect there to be another one. Sun Hu scolded loudly, watch your words. Gu Mingzhu was startled by his thunderous roar, but she felt even more disgusted. Martial artists were so vulgar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Each of these people was more annoying than the last. Chu Luiyue turned around and looked at Gu Mingzhu coldly. We're the unlucky ones to have met you. Gu Mingzhu shuddered under her gaze. What do you mean by that? You clearly heard my call for help, but you pretended not to hear it. You're the ones who, I heard it. Chu Luiyue interrupted her and spoke bluntly. I just don't want to help you. Do you have a problem with that? Gu Mingzhu was so angry that her face turned pale. You. Chu Luiyue. Even if you don't like me, we're still from the same school. How can you leave me in the lurch? You're too selfish. Chu Luiyue sneered. We don't have any relationship with you. Why should we help you? You're too thick-skinned. You, on the other hand, brought us a lot of trouble. I'll remember this. Gu Mingzhu immediately felt guilty. You, what nonsense are you talking about? What trouble did I bring you? I just. She stuttered for a long time, but she couldn't say anything. Mu Hongyu and the others also felt uneasy when they saw her like this. Roar. A roar suddenly came from the forest. Even the ground seemed to tremble. Bang. 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 It was as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. It was so heavy that it made people panic. The few of them turned their heads to look, only to see a huge figure approaching them from the forest in front of them. Wherever it passed, the thick trees were easily deduced. Finally, a huge brown bear the size of a small mountain appeared in front of them. Its entire body was brownish red. Only its neck was golden, and it shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. The most frightening thing was the terrifying aura coming from its body. Sun Hu's jaw dropped. This is a 4th-grade golden mane bear? Gu Mingfeng immediately reacted. He looked at Gu Mingzhu and said coldly, did you provoke it? Gu Mingzhu avoided his gaze and forced herself to say, I just thought that the golden mane bear was powerful and had a high level, so I wanted to give it a try, idiot. Mu Hongyu could not wait to give Gu Mingzhu 2 tight slaps. Who do you think you are? You even dared to provoke a golden mane bear. Where are the rest of your team? Gu Mingzhu's face instantly turned pale. This strange silence immediately made them understand what had happened. They're all dead? Sun Hu asked in shock. No. 2 of them got separated from me. I don't know where they went. Gu Mingzhu tried to explain herself, but her voice sounded even more guilty. That meant 2 of them were dead. Gu Mingzhu's team was made up of Xian masters. This kind of loss was tragic. So, after killing 2 Xian masters, you want to drag us down with you? Chu Luiyue's voice was cold. Gu Mingzhu's lips moved, and she turned her head away. You guys came here on your own accord. I didn't force you guys to come. Anyway, we're all in the same boat now. None of us can escape. You guys can do whatever you want. Mu Hongyu was stunned by how shameless Gu Mingzhu was, but she was still clear-headed. She knew that this wasn't the time to argue with Gu Mingzhu. Lu Yu, this golden mane bear is 4th grade. Can we win if we work together? Chu Luyue was so angry that he laughed. Golden mane bears are extremely strong and powerful. It's not easy to deal with them. More importantly, it's a female bear. Everyone was shocked. You mean? Chu Luyue stepped forward and stared at her. What did you do? Why is this female bear chasing after you like this? Gu Mingzhu had no choice but to speak in frustration. I just wanted to take the golden mane bear cub away while it was out looking for food. I was discovered as soon as I came out. I didn't take the golden mane bear cub with me. Adult golden mane bears weren't easy to tame. Newborn golden mane bears were the easiest to tame, so she took the risk. The others agreed as well. They're all going together. You can't blame me for all of their deaths. She just didn't expect to be discovered. Chu Luyue wanted to strangle her to death. Do you know that golden mane bears are extremely protective? If you touch its cub, it will chase after you until it's dead. It doesn't matter if you die, but can you afford to implicate us? Digression. Are you guys the devil if there are more chapters today? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 134. Gu Mingzhu's eyelids twitched when she heard the words, fight to the death. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stand firm. Chu Luyue, I'm not scared. You don't have to make up these lies to scare me. The golden mane bear is powerful, but I didn't bring its cub out. It's still in its cave. This golden mane bear wouldn't, you should know better than us. Chu Liyue's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His cold gaze made Gu Mingzhu even more nervous. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but under Chu Liyue's gaze, she couldn't say a word. In the end, she could only turn her head away awkwardly. Actually, she also felt that something was wrong. After being discovered by the golden mane bear, she knew that it was bad. She immediately threw the cub back and ran away. But the golden mane bear seemed to have set its sights on her and chased her all the way. Wherever she went, it would follow. This was also why she was so nervous when she called for help. She knew that the golden mane bear was behind her and could kill her at any time. She also knew that Chu Liyue's words were most likely true. Seeing Gu Mingzhu like this, Mu Hongyu and the rest understood everything. They were so angry that their teeth were itching. This was the same as pushing them into the fire pit. If it wasn't for Gu Mingzhu, they wouldn't be in so much trouble. Just as they were confronting each other, the golden mane bear took another step forward. Bang! The ground trembled, causing their hearts to feel uneasy. Chu Luyue looked back. The golden mane bear stood not far from them. Many of the trees around it were broken, and the ground was a mess. It looked down at them from above. Its gray eyes were the size of a fist, cold and cruel. Chu Luyue could clearly feel the anger in its eyes, as well as a bit of disdain as if it was looking at an ant. Usually, magical beasts of this size would win with strength. They were more or less lacking in speed. But the golden mane bear was an exception. With its ability, it would be easy for it to kill Gu Mingzhu. However, Gu Mingzhu had survived until now and had even run so far away. Without a doubt, it wanted to use this method to force Gu Mingzhu to the brink of collapse. Only when she had suffered enough pressure and pain would it be willing to make a move. They just didn't expect that they would be so unlucky to run into it. This time, the golden mane bear was going to take care of them as well. Lu Yu, how are we going to escape? Even Mu Hongyu, who had always been bold, realized the seriousness of the matter and asked nervously. You can't escape. An adult golden mane bear's combat power is almost comparable to a rank 5 warrior. Even if we join forces, we have no chance of winning. Besides, we're all injured now. Then what should we do? Are we going to die here today? Chu Luiyue held his breath. You guys hold it back first, I'll cast the Xian formation. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Xian formation. Yes. Now that we are all injured, the power of the Xian formation is even greater. Mu Hongyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Mingfeng suddenly thought of something. What level are you as a mystic cultivator now? Chu Luiyue paused. Level 2. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Gu Mingzhu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed mockingly and asked exaggeratedly, Level 2 mystic cultivator? Chu Luiyue, are you kidding me? You want to defeat the golden mane bear with this level? Are you dreaming? Chu Luiyue's expression was calm. She had only been reborn for about 2 months, so the amount of heaven and earth force she could control was limited. For now, she could only cast a level 2 Xian formation. Even Mu Hongyu and the rest looked disappointed. A level 2 mystic cultivator. They really didn't stand a chance. Gu Mingzhu broke through to level 3 a while ago, but she was still not this fellow's match, let alone them. Senhu, Hongyu, think of a way to hold back the golden mane bear later. Gu Mingfeng, help me cast the Xian formation. Chu Luiyue gave a concise and powerful order. Mu Hongyu and Senhu looked at each other and nodded. Okay. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Gu Mingfeng frowned slightly. I'm not a mystic cultivator. How can I help you? Chu Luiyue explained, when I cast the Xian formation, you just have to inject your force into it. Gu Mingfeng frowned even more. How can a mystic cultivator use other people's force to cast a Xian formation? If that was really the case, couldn't a mystic cultivator just have to find someone to help during a battle? If their force was incompatible, how could a Xian formation be cast? Not to mention this golden mane bear. Chu Luiyue shook her head. I will solve this problem. As long as you help me with all your strength. Gu Mingfeng saw that she was calm and seemed to have a card up her sleeve. He hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. I still owe you a favor, so I will definitely do my best. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a faint smile. I hope you can do as you say. Gu Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he felt that Chu Luiyue seemed to have noticed something. He opened his mouth to say something, but he saw that Chu Luiyue had already held her breath and raised her hands to set up the Xian formation. Mu Hongyu and Senhu both went forward and blocked the golden mane bear. The golden mane bear lowered its eyes, which were full of mockery and contempt, as if it was mocking them for overestimating their abilities. Senhu. I'll take the front and you back. Mu Hongyu shouted and jumped up. Okay. Senhu immediately responded and broke through from another direction. The golden mane bear looked at the lowly human in front of it and mercilessly slapped her with its paw. Mu Hongyu narrowly avoided it and landed on a tree trunk at the side. Even though the paw didn't hit her, the sharp wind from the paw still made Mu Hongyu feel a burning pain on her face. It wasn't hard to imagine how serious the injury would be if the paw really landed on her body. Mu Hongyu blinked her eyes with lingering fear, but she didn't dare to relax. Instead, she provoked the golden mane bear again. Come on. The golden mane bear was furious and slapped her again. Mu Hongyu was agile. With a flash of her shadow, she had already jumped over the golden mane bear's head and landed on the other side. Pa! The tree she was previously on was suddenly split open. On the other side, Senhu was also provoking the golden mane bear. The two of them went back and forth, causing the golden mane bear to fly into a rage. The surrounding trees were all swept away. It was a mess. Chu Luiyue's finger gently moved in the air. A silver arc flowed out from her fingertip like water. Soon, a second and third arc appeared. In just a moment, more than 10 silver arcs appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. These arcs overlapped with each other and formed a strange pattern. From afar, it looked like an 8 trigrams array. However, it looked a little empty, which was very strange. Gu Mingfeng stood not far from her and stared at her intently. The force in his body surged, and he was ready to take action at any time. However, Chu Luiyue stared at the Xian array in front of her and didn't seem to have any intention of asking him to help. Gu Mingfeng frowned and looked at the Xian array. He found it strange. He had seen Xian masters in action before. In his impression, a second-level Xian array didn't take this long to set up. Moreover, Chu Luiyue's Xian array looked a little strange. It seemed too empty. Soon, he realized that Chu Luiyue didn't stop. Instead, silver arcs flowed out from her fingertips. Her Xian array was still going on. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 135. Gu Mingzhu, who was watching from afar, finally realized that something was amiss. She put down her crossed arms and frowned. That's not right. Chu Luiyue is a level 2 Xian master. Logically speaking, she should be able to control a dozen heaven and earth force at the same time. Why is she still continuing? Her movements are smooth and natural, as if she's very relaxed. As time passed, the Xian formation in front of Chu Luiyue gradually became more complicated. Gu Mingfeng's eyelids twitched. No wonder he felt that the Xian formation looked weird. It was just a rough outline. After Chu Luiyue slowly filled it up, it finally looked normal. Even from a distance, Gu Mingfeng could already faintly feel the power contained in it. He was even more shocked. Didn't Chu Luiyue say that she's only a level 2 Xian master? This Xian formation's level is obviously higher. What is Chu Luiyue planning to do? Compared to Gu Mingfeng, who didn't know much about Xian formations, Gu Mingzhu, who was also a Xian master, was already stunned. She could clearly see that Chu Luiyue's Xian formation had already reached level 3. However, Chu Luiyue didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Could it be that she wants to continue? How can she do that? Boom, boom, boom. Mu Hongyu and Sun, who had been fighting with the golden mane bear for a long time. Both of them were injured, and their strength was almost depleted. The golden mane bear was already furious after being toyed with by the two of them. It kept attacking them violently. Lu Yu. Are you done? Mu Hongyu was careless and was affected by the force. She fell out pathetically, and her face and body were covered in scratches. Chu Luiyue stared at the Xian formation in front of her. Just a few more minutes. Mu Hongyu gritted her teeth. A few minutes wasn't long, but the key was that they were facing a golden mane bear that was far stronger than them. Every minute and every second was torture. However, she still agreed without hesitation. Okay. She couldn't care less about her injuries and immediately stood up. Hongyu, move aside. Tsinhu suddenly roared. Mu Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. She looked over and saw that Tsinhu had suddenly charged towards the golden mane bear. Mu Hongyu's heart suddenly jumped. Tsinhu had a strong body and was considered very tall and sturdy among them. However, when he stood in front of the golden mane bear, he instantly looked much smaller. Did he want to die? Facing the attack head-on was extremely dangerous. The golden mane bear looked at Tsinhu, who was charging in front of it. Its eyes were burning with anger, and it suddenly opened its mouth to spit out a ball of red flames. Damn it. This guy still has tricks up his sleeve. Tsinhu cursed inwardly as he lowered his body to avoid the fireball. However, the high temperature still made him feel a burning sensation on his face. But then, he pressed his palm against the ground and crawled toward the golden mane bear. An axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at the golden mane bear. Clang! The axe fell, but the golden mane bear was unharmed. Tsinhu felt as if his axe had landed on an extremely hard metal rock. The impact caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open, and he could not feel half of his arm. He knew that this was not good. This guy's physical strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, this time, the golden maned bear was completely enraged. It roared angrily, and its powerful aura almost shattered Sinhu's eardrums. Roar! At the same time, a large palm slapped towards his head. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Sinhu held his breath and ran half a circle around the golden maned bear's thigh. He ran behind it and avoided the attack with great difficulty. The golden maned bear's speed and strength were extremely strong. Only in close combat could Sinhu have the upper hand. However, this situation did not last for long. After failing to catch him twice, the golden maned bear gave up on him and turned to charge towards Chu Luiyue. It already felt a little uneasy and had to stop Chu Luiyue immediately. Sinhu panicked and went forward to hug the golden maned bear's thigh. The golden maned bear swung its leg and easily flung him away. He landed heavily on the ground. Pfft! After being hit repeatedly, Sinhu's internal organs were almost shattered. The combination of new injuries and old injuries caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His breathing instantly weakened. However, just as he took a step forward, another person pounced on him. It was Mu Hongyu. At this moment, her strength was completely exhausted. She could only use the most clumsy and dangerous method like Sinhu. Lu Yu. Quick! She shouted anxiously. Her throat was already filled with the thick smell of blood. At this moment, the Xian formation in front of Chu Luiyue was finally completed. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling because she had forcefully created a formation that was higher than her current strength. It was as if she would collapse at any moment, but her eyes were as resolute as before. Gu Mingfeng. Help! Just as Chu Luiyue spoke, Gu Mingfeng immediately took action. With a push of his palm, strong force flowed into the Xian formation. Buzz! In an instant, the Xian formation shone brightly. The Xian formation, which was originally the size of a chessboard, expanded rapidly after Gu Mingfeng's force flowed in. Chu Luiyue stared at it and merged the two's strength bit by bit. In a moment, the Xian formation had expanded to the height of a person. Light flowed, and there was a faint pressure. Chu Luiyue felt as if all the strength in his body had been emptied. He was extremely weak, and his vision was turning black. From the corner of his eyes, the golden maned bear impatiently flung Mu Hongyu away and raised its leg, intending to stomp on her. The force of its kick was as strong as 1,000 caddies. Mu Hongyu lay on the ground, covered in blood. She no longer had the strength to move. Seeing the huge bear paw coming towards her, she closed her eyes in despair. Chu Luiyue clenched his teeth. Go! Boom! The Xian formation suddenly exploded. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out like a rushing river and went straight for the golden maned bear. A vast pressure instantly enveloped it. The golden maned bear sensed the danger, and panic flashed across its face. However, that terrifying power had already landed on its body. Its huge body seemed to be drowned by the rushing river. Everyone could only see countless silver lines twisting together. It locked the golden maned bear in place. Seeing this, Gu Mingzhu finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Fourth grade wood origin formation." Chu Luiyue actually used a Xian formation of this level. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 136. The streams of light continued to tighten. The golden maned bear kept struggling, but it was futile. It couldn't break free no matter how hard it tried. Not long after, its movements gradually slowed down. Its angry roars also gradually weakened. In the end, it stopped moving and didn't make any more sounds. Only the ground was covered in blood. It dyed a large area red, and it looked especially bloody and terrifying. When the light completely dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the scene inside. The golden maned bear, which was originally burly, had lost a lot of weight. Its body was covered in wounds, and it looked strangely twisted. The blood on the ground came from its body. Mu Hongyu only took one look before she couldn't help but turn her head away and retch. Sinhu was barely holding on, but the last bit of color had faded from his pale face. Only Gu Mingfeng was better. When he saw this scene, his eyelids only twitched. His heart was finally at ease. After solving this thorny problem, they were finally safe. But, however, more problems were quietly arising. He couldn't help but look at Chu Luiyue. He saw that the girl's expression was still very calm. Apart from her pale face from using the Xian formation, there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. It was as if she didn't mind the terrifying scene in front of her. That's right. She was the one who caused this scene. If she hadn't used the Xian formation to kill the golden mane bear, they wouldn't even know if they were still alive. What kind of person was she? How could she? Gu Mingfeng pursed his lips. He had long known that Chu Luiyue wasn't ordinary. However, after today's battle, he realized that she was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. After confirming that the golden mane bear was dead, Chu Luiyue finally heaved a sigh of relief. The moment she relaxed, exhaustion overwhelmed her. She didn't even have the energy to move her fingers. She said to Gu Mingfeng, although it's a pity that its body was destroyed, its core of essence should still be around. You can go and retrieve it. Gu Mingfeng shook his head. You killed it. It should belong to you. Chu Luiyue thought that if she wasn't so tired, she would have gone to get it herself. The blood ferret that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. It skipped towards the golden mane bear's mouth. With a swipe of its claws, it easily found a faint red essence pill. It wiped it clean with its tail like it was a treasure and returned to Chu Luiyue. It held it with its two paws and presented it to Chu Luiyue as if it was presenting a treasure. Its round eyes stared at Chu Luiyue without blinking, and its face was saying, "Praise me." Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh. This little thing ran faster than anyone else when it was in trouble, and when it was safe, it came back to curry favor. What a good scheme. However, this quick-wittedness was not annoying. Chu Luiyue accepted the gift. After thinking about it, he decided to give it to Mu Hongyu later. Thinking of this, she walked over to Mu Hongyu and helped her up. "Hongyu, how are you?" Mu Hongyu thought that she was going to die today. She did not expect to be saved by Chu Luiyue at the last moment. She could not help but feel grateful and thankful. She endured the pain and wiped the blood off her face. "I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine after some rest. If it wasn't for you, you and Sinhu risked your lives to stop it. That's why we won." Chu Luiyue shook her head gently. Her gaze lingered on Mu Hongyu's shoulder for a moment. It looked like she had broken a bone. "Sit down and rest first. I'll help you set the bone later." Mu Hongyu realized that Gu Mingfeng had seen through her and laughed bitterly. "Your eyes are too sharp." Chu Luiyue did not mention that she had already checked her pulse when she helped her up. Actually, this was not the most important thing. The most serious injury on Mu Hongyu's body was actually her internal injury. After Chu Luiyue settled her down, she went to check on Sinhu's condition. Sinhu was in a worse state than Mu Hongyu. He was already injured, and he had risked his life to fight. It was simply one disaster after another. His left forearm was fractured, and 2 of his ribs were broken. His condition was not optimistic. Fortunately, Sinhu was rough to begin with. Although he was in pain, he could endure it. Chu Luiyue set his bone first. He was in so much pain that his forehead was covered in sweat, but he did not make a sound. When Chu Luiyue finished bandaging him, he even grinned from ear to ear. "Lu Yu, you're really good. Even a 4th-grade fiend is no match for you. Your Xian formation is definitely not a 2nd-grade one, right? You previously said that you were a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have been fooled by you." Chu Luiyue smiled. "I'm indeed a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator. Without Gu Mingfeng's help, I wouldn't have been able to use it." Sinhu felt that something was amiss, but he could not put his finger on it. He could only say, "In any case, you're very impressive." I think you're much more impressive than those haughty mystic cultivators in the academy. In the past, the entire imperial city called her a good-for-nothing. Little did they know that she was the true top-notch genius. Upon hearing this, Chu Luiyue paused and looked behind him. He had actually forgotten that there was someone else here. Gu Mingzhu. Sensing Chu Luiyue looking at her, Gu Mingzhu shuddered and felt a trace of fear in her heart. The scene just now was truly too frightening. Her stomach churned for a long time before she finally calmed down. However, the raging waves in her heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Chu Luiyue could actually use a 4th-grade mystic formation. Didn't they say that she had just started cultivating not long ago? Didn't they say that she was only a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator? Then how could she explain everything just now? What do you want to do? Gu Mingzhu asked in a trembling voice. Nothing. I just want to settle the score with you now that the matter has been resolved. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he looked at Gu Mingfeng with a grin. Gu Mingfeng, do you mind helping me keep an eye on her? Gu Mingzhu raised her brows and shrieked. How dare you? Gu Mingfeng nodded without a word and walked toward Gu Mingzhu. He took out a rope and tied her up tightly. Although Gu Mingzhu was a 3rd-grade mystic cultivator, the continuous escape had already exhausted her strength. Right now, she was no match for a martial artist like Gu Mingfeng. She was so angry that her face flushed red, and she kept cursing. Gu Mingfeng. You're crazy. Who are you to dare lay a hand on me? Do you believe that I'll go back and tell the patriarch to punish you? Gu Mingfeng was expressionless as he pretended not to hear anything and tied her hands behind her back as well. Ungrateful B****. You, slap. A resounding slap interrupted Gu Mingzhu's insults. Her face was tilted to the side, and her left cheek quickly swelled up. Gu Mingfeng stared at her with a cold gaze. I never said that I don't hit women. Also, if you want to go back and complain, you'll have to see if you have the life to do so. Gu Mingzhu looked at him and realized that the young man from a lowly background who was always taciturn and allowed her to bully him had unknowingly grown up and become extremely dangerous. Chu Luiyue walked to Mu Hongyu's side, pressed down on her shoulders, and carefully helped her set her bones. She didn't even raise her head as she lightly said, he didn't even raise his head and said, it won't be too late to let her die after she collects all the debts she owes us. Chapter 137. Chu Luiyue's words made Gu Mingzhu feel uneasy. She put on a fierce front. Chu Luiyue, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the 2nd daughter of the Gu family. If you really do anything to me, the Gu family won't let you off. Chu Luiyue couldn't be bothered with her. Make her shut up. Gu Mingfeng looked around and tore off a section of Gu Mingzhu's sleeve. He rolled it into a ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Half of Gu Mingzhu's arm was exposed. She instantly felt humiliated and angry. She whimpered a few times but couldn't say anything. Gu Mingfeng suddenly glanced at her. Gu Mingzhu immediately remembered the slap he gave her and instinctively stopped. She didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. This Gu Mingfeng looked especially gloomy and fierce today. She even felt that if she angered him, he would really kill her. Gu Mingzhu still cherished her life. After the fear grew in her heart, she obediently shut her mouth. Chu Luiyue ground the golden mane bear's pill of essence into powder and mixed it with 2 herbs that he carried with him. He then gave it to Mu Hongyu. When Sunhu saw this, he couldn't help but ask, Luyu, why is Hongyu and I treated differently? I swallowed the pill of essence directly, but you were so meticulous with Hongyu. You can't treat me like this just because I'm an uncouth man. Mu Hongyu felt that she had recovered a lot and was in a good mood. She couldn't help but raise her chin proudly. Sunhu, do you still know that you're a man? Why are you so jealous? Of course, Luyu treats me the best. All of you have to be behind him. You're not as likable as me. Her words made everyone laugh. Chu Luiyue said, the livid horse is a 3rd-grade fiend. It's fine to consume the pill of essence directly. However, the golden mane bear is different. Hong Yu happened to be injured and her body is weak. If she uses the entire pill of essence, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages. She placed the remaining powder of the pill of essence in Mu Hongyu's hand and instructed her seriously. Divide the remaining powder into 2 doses. Use it once every 8 hours. Your injuries will be healed greatly. Really? That's great. Mu Hongyu happily put away the things. Thinking of what had happened today, she felt very emotional. I really didn't expect that I could use the powder ground from the golden mane bear's core of origin to heal my injuries. Furthermore, I was the one who helped you hunt it. Lu Yu had said that the 4 of them had contributed greatly as well. This victory belonged to the 4 of them. Even though he was injured, he would still be proud of such a battle result. In the past, news of Rong Jin hunting a 4th-grade fiend had spread for a long time. Compared to the one he hunted, their fiend was only stronger. Even in the entire academy, they could definitely be considered as the most outstanding batch. Sigh, it's a pity that the golden mane bear died. Otherwise, it would have been great to hunt it. Jianghu smacked his lips. That's a rank 4 magical beast. Chu Liuyue's lips curved up. That golden mane bear is a female bear that has been offended. There's no way it can be tamed. Keeping it by our side will only cause trouble. Jianghu chuckled. I'm just saying. In that situation, either it died or we died. Of course, we had to end it. Mu Hongyu leaned against the tree trunk with her uninjured shoulder and could not help but agree. Yeah. 4th-grade fiends aren't easy to find. Now that we're all injured, it'll be difficult for us to deal with fiends of this level in the future. It was not easy for them to meet one, but they did not expect it to be in danger because of Gu Mingzhu. Chu Luyue and Gu Mingfeng were better off, but her and Jianghu's injuries were indeed quite serious. They probably would not be able to gain much from Wanling Mountain this time. Sigh, I originally wanted to hunt a rank 4 magical beast, but it seems like there's no hope now. Chu Luyue suddenly knocked on her forehead lightly. Who said that there's no hope? Mu Hongyu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Don't tell me, you want to help me hunt? Chu Luyue smiled meaningfully. Why go through so much trouble? Isn't there a ready-made one? It's just inside. Gu Mingzhu stood at the entrance of a cave and said unwillingly. You walk in front. Chu Luyue said. Gu Mingzhu suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to walk inside. Chu Luyue and the others followed closely behind. Gu Mingzhu was tightly tied up, so they were not worried that she would do anything or suddenly escape. The cave did not look big, but it was very spacious inside. They walked for a while before reaching the innermost part. Chu Luyue saw a den at first glance. That's where the golden mane bear cub is. Gu Mingzhu said unwillingly. She was almost annoyed to death. She thought that she could pick up a treasure, but who knew that she would be killed? In the end, she even provoked Chu Luyue, who was difficult to deal with. She was tied up yesterday and could not sit or lie down. She stood like that for the entire night and looked much more haggard. However, Chu Luyue did not let her go just like that. Instead, he asked her to tell him where she found the golden mane bear cub. She had no choice but to bring them here. As if it heard the movement, there was a sound in the den, as if something was moving. Then, a round head poked out. It's really a golden mane bear cub. Mu Hongyu exclaimed softly. The golden mane bear cub was only the length of an adult's forearm. Its fur was still light gray, and there was a circle of slightly darker fur around its neck. It was obvious that it was born not long ago. When it grew up, its fur would naturally turn golden brown. It blinked and looked curiously at Chu Luyue and the others. It scratched its round ears, as if it did not understand what was going on. In the end, its gaze landed on Mu Hongyu, and it opened its arms wide. Mu Hongyu's eyes widened. WW, what does it mean? WW, want me to hug it? Chu Luyue thought for a moment. It's probably because you took the pill of essence. It felt a familiar aura from you, so it's especially close to you. Really? Mu Hongyu was skeptical. While they were talking, the golden mane bear cub saw that it did not get a response for a long time. It crawled out on its own and staggered to Mu Hongyu. It pounced on her leg and hugged it tightly. Mu Hongyu's heart melted instantly. She quickly hugged the cub. The golden mane bear cub was satisfied. It leaned on her shoulder and rubbed against it affectionately. Chu Luiyue joked with a smile. It's still too young. It can't survive here alone. Why don't you take care of it in the future? Mu Hongyu was surprised and happy. Really? No one here is more suitable than you. Mu Hongyu naturally would not refuse. This was the cub of a 4th-grade magical beast. It was the easiest to tame and was the best choice for hunting. Moreover, this golden mane bear cub was very close to her. She really liked it. Then I won't hold back. Mu Hongyu carefully hugged the golden mane bear cub and pinched its ears. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a little itchy on her cheek. She looked down and saw that the cub had poked its head over, as if it was waiting for something. Seeing that Chu Luiyue did not move, its 2 pointed ears twitched. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. This is asking for a pet? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 138. Chu Luiyue stretched out her hand and tapped its head. Don't always compare yourself to others. The little thing shuddered and looked up with a pained expression, as if it didn't expect Chu Luiyue to say something so heartless. It only wanted to be touched. Wasn't this request too outrageous? It grabbed Chu Luiyue's finger and pressed it to its ear. Touch me. Chu Luiyue, it was so small, but it had such a big temper, she had no choice but to pinch the soft, fluffy ears. It felt good. Only then was the little thing satisfied. It angrily turned around, swept its tail, and buried its face in it. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh. Can you let me go now? Gu Mingzhu suddenly said in a cold tone. She was obviously full of resentment for what she had experienced in the past day and night. Chu Luiyue blinked. What are you dreaming about? You caused us to walk between life and death. Do you think we'll let it go just like that? But you already got the golden mane bear cub. We deserve it. We defeated the golden mane bear. As long as we use its pill of essence as a clue, we'll find this place sooner or later. We only let you lead the way to save some time. You don't think this is a great contribution, do you? Chu Luiyue spoke softly and slowly. These 2 simple sentences made Gu Mingzhu speechless. At this moment, she finally realized that Chu Luiyue really didn't plan on letting her go so easily. Then what do you want? Chu Luiyue, don't go overboard. I still have a signal tube on me. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely seek justice from the teachers and elders. Chu Luiyue looked at the agitated Gu Mingzhu and smiled indifferently and mockingly. That's good. We can also take the opportunity to ask. You caused 2 of our fellow disciples to die tragically, 2 of them to go missing, and you even dragged us into danger. How should we punish you for doing these things? Gu Mingzhu bit her lip hard. Rumble. A muffled voice that sounded like a sudden clap of thunder was heard. Chu Luiyue frowned and quickly walked out of the cave. When she stood halfway up the mountain and looked down, she was completely stunned. What's wrong? What happened? This commotion is... Sun, who was the first to catch up. When he reached Chu Luiyue's side, he noticed that something was wrong with her expression and couldn't help but follow her gaze. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened. At the foot of the mountain, in the forest, a group of magical beasts were rushing towards their mountain. 2nd-grade silver-feathered wind-chasing deer. Sun Hu took a closer look and saw the silver feathers on their heads. He instantly recognized them. This kind of magical beast was actually very common. It had a gentle temperament and was extremely fast. Aristocratic families usually hunted them as mounts. However, they had always been alone. Why were there so many of them gathered all of a sudden? At a rough glance, there were at least 30 to 40 of them. However, this was not all. Behind them was a group of black bats. They flew over with a whoosh. Jianghu's face twitched. Third-grade purple thunder bats. Aren't these poisonous creatures only active at night? Why are they out in broad daylight now? Moreover, there are more of them than the silver-feathered wind-chasing deer. Chu Luiyue slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. She quickly scanned the surroundings, her gaze heavy. At this moment, Mu Hongyu and the rest had also caught up. When they saw the situation at the foot of the mountain, they were also shocked. Wait! There's one in the northwest too. That's a fire cloud leopard. There's one in the south too. It's a golden-eyed beast. The few of them looked at each other. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask. Could it be, this is the magical beast tide? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the sudden appearance of so many magical beasts. Moreover, they were moving in unison. But shouldn't they be moving towards the center of Wanling Mountain? We're still in the periphery. Why are they moving towards us? Jianghu was puzzled. Chu Luiyue slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. We're surrounded. At the same time, the others in Wanling Mountain also sensed that something was amiss. Somewhere, Si Ting and the rest were surrounded by third-grade red flaming tigers. The battle was in a stalemate, and both sides were injured. Si Yang wiped the blood off his face and gritted his teeth. Big brother, these red flaming tigers seem to be at odds with us. What should we do? They were unlucky to have met a lone red flaming tiger, so they helped a teammate hunt it. Who knew that the red flaming tigers would follow their auras and fight with them? After such a tough battle, they were almost exhausted. However, these red flaming tigers seemed to want to fight to the death with them. They had never heard of the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain being so difficult to deal with. Si Ting frowned. Zhou Yun and the other two are severely injured. We have to send them back immediately. Si Yang smiled bitterly. I've already pulled the signal tube, but teacher hasn't arrived yet. Big brother, the situation this time doesn't seem right. Si Ting pursed his thin lips. In fact, they all had this premonition. These magical beasts seemed to have been provoked by something, and their attacks were extremely strong. They had also met other teams earlier, and the situation was tragic. Many of them had already left with serious injuries. Teacher hadn't arrived yet, and he was probably delayed on the way. Roar! A red flaming tiger suddenly roared. Si Yang and the rest stared at them even more nervously, afraid that they would charge forward together. However, what surprised them was that the red flaming tiger suddenly turned around and ran into the forest. The other red flaming tigers followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. What's going on? Si Yang was stunned. Could it be that the magical beast tide has appeared? According to teacher, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain would all rush toward one place at a time. Si Ting's heart was in his mouth. No. They're not going to the center of the mountain. More and more magical beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain. The few people standing on the mountain fell into a strange silence. They had already sensed that extreme danger was approaching. How can this be? Why are they coming for us? The golden mane bear cub in Mu Hongyu's arms suddenly became restless and struggled uneasily. She hugged and coaxed it for a while before finally calming it down. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. These magical beasts weren't coming for them. They were coming for her. Digression, I planted a little devil and reaped a bunch of big devils. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 139. Chu Luiyue could not understand why. She had never been to Wanling Mountain and had never hunted any fiends to provoke them. However, no matter if it was the livid horse at the beginning or the red wolf pack later on, she could clearly feel that these magical beasts were indeed coming for her. Lu Yu, what should we do now? Even someone as bold as Mu Hongyu felt uneasy when she saw this. Chu Luyue pondered for a moment. Teacher Dongfang once said that the fiends in Wanling Mountain rarely leave the forest. If we go out, we might be able to shake them off. Mu Hongyu nodded in realization. Yes, yes. Let's leave this place quickly. They could deal with 1 or 2 fiends or even a group of them. However, the number of fiends heading here was uncountable. If they were to face them head-on, they would definitely die. Even if the elders and teachers came, they might not be their match. Gu Mingfeng suddenly spoke up, his expression tense. It might be a little difficult to leave now. They looked down the mountain again and saw that the golden-eyed demon beasts had stopped at the foot of the mountain. They were lined up neatly like an army and looked up. Countless pairs of cold and cruel eyes were like sharp blades that scraped across their bodies. That was pure murderous intent. They have blocked the way over there. Tsinhu said softly. Gu Mingfeng shook his head. No, all of our paths have been sealed. Almost at the same time that the golden-eyed demon beast rushed over, other magical beasts also arrived from other directions, blocking their way down the mountain. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of darkness. The air was filled with a strong murderous intent. Everyone fell into silence. Anyone could tell that they were in a desperate situation. With such a great disparity in strength, the outcome was obvious. Mu Hongyu's face was pale. Are we really going to die here today? She looked at Chu Luyue almost instinctively and saw that she was also frowning. Mu Hongyu suddenly mocked herself in her heart. She was really confused. In this situation, even if Chu Luyue had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be helpless. None of them spoke. The atmosphere seemed to have been frozen, cold and heavy. Go back. Chu Luyue suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. Back to where? We're surrounded now, there's no way we can break through and leave. Back to the cave. Chu Luyue said as he turned around and walked towards the cave. The first to react was actually Gu Mingzhu. She took a step back and screamed, I'm not going back. Chu Luyue frowned and turned to look at her. Gu Mingzhu was probably shocked by the scene at the foot of the mountain. She was already a little hysterical. Chu Luyue, don't drag me down if you want to die. The entire mountain had been surrounded. Going back to the cave was a dead end. I won't go back with you. Chu Luyue looked at her as if she was crazy. At this moment, she was not in the mood to care about her. Moreover, she did not intend to bring Gu Mingzhu along as a burden. Up to you. With that said, he looked at Mu Hongyu and the others and raised his chin. Hurry up. Time waits for no one. Hearing Chu Liyue's words, Mu Hongyu and the others immediately followed. Even though he didn't know what Chu Luyue was up to, her expression and tone always had the power to make people feel at ease. Moreover, after going through so many things, they had long regarded Chu Luyue as their backbone. At this moment, whatever she said to do, they would naturally do as she said. Their figures quickly disappeared from the cave. Only Gu Mingzhu was left halfway up the mountain. She only came back to her senses when they were completely out of sight. She was in disbelief. Chu Luyue and the others actually let her go so easily. Roar. The roar of the fiends in the forest woke Gu Mingzhu up abruptly. She glanced down and sensed a strong murderous intent. Her legs turned to jelly and she almost knelt on the ground. No, no. She couldn't die here. She had to leave this place alive. Fortunately, she still had a trump card. They walked into the cave again. Tsinhu followed behind Chu Luyue and could not help but look back. He was somewhat indignant. Lu Yu, we haven't settled the score with her yet. Are you going to let her go just like that? That's letting her off too easily. Chu Luyue said indifferently. Since she wants to die, why should we stop her? Sinhu's eyes lit up. You mean, there are so many people outside? It's almost impossible for her to escape. She'll just be courting death. She could clearly see through Gu Mingzhu's thoughts. Instead of wasting energy to deal with her, it was better to let her jump into a fire pit. Forget it, let's not care about her. Luyu, let's think about what we should do first, shall we? It's not a good idea to keep hiding in this cave. Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub, still looking worried. Who says we're going to sit here and wait for death? Chu Luyue asked softly. The three of them looked at each other. Golden mane bears are very powerful, but they hibernate every winter. Usually, to avoid being disturbed by other magical beasts, they won't hibernate in their usual dens. Instead, they'll choose a more secretive place. That place is usually connected to their dens, so it's convenient for them to move around. Chu Luyue explained patiently as they walked in. However, these words immediately made Mu Hongyu and the other two react. You're saying that we can go from here to where the golden mane bear hibernates and escape without a trace? As they spoke, they had already reached the den where the golden mane bear cub was. Sinhu rushed over excitedly, but after looking around, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He could not help but feel disappointed. There's nothing here. Luyu, don't tell me there's no way to get to where the golden mane bear hibernates? After all, this entire mountain belongs to it. Wouldn't it be the same if it went outside? If it's so easy to find, this golden mane bear wouldn't have survived until now. As Chu Luyue spoke, he motioned for Mu Hongyu to put the golden mane bear cub down. The golden mane bear cub suddenly left the warm embrace and was confused for a moment. It could not help but blink and wanted to crawl towards Mu Hongyu again. Chu Luyue made Mu Hongyu move away while he went forward and tapped its head lightly. Its round body immediately flipped over. The golden mane bear cub did not admit defeat and continued to move forward. Chu Luyue stopped it again. After a few times, it finally stopped and glared at Chu Luyue pitifully before turning to leave. It wobbled to a certain place and finally laid down against the mountain wall. Chu Luyue's eyes lit up. He quickly walked forward and squatted down to take a closer look. Indeed, the color of the mountain wall was different from the other places. It's here. She pressed one hand on the wall and pushed with force. Creak, a hole suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 140. Did you find it? Seeing the sudden appearance of the cave, they were overjoyed. Chu Luyue looked inside. It was dark inside, and she could barely see anything. Use this. A hand suddenly reached out, and in that hand was a grape-sized luminous pearl that emitted a bright light. Chu Luyue took the pearl and nodded at Gu Mingfeng. Thank you. It's my pleasure. With the help of the luminous pearl, Chu Luyue could finally see the situation inside the cave. The path in the cave leads downwards. There are stairs. Everyone, be careful. With that, she took the lead and walked down. Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub again and quickly followed. When she passed by Gu Mingfeng, she smiled. Gu Mingfeng, you have quite a lot of things on you. This luminous pearl is worth a lot. Gu Mingfeng's status in the Gu family was very low. Usually, when he was in school, he was more frugal with his food and clothing. Thus, Mu Hongyu and Sinhu were very shocked when he suddenly took out the luminous pearl. Gu Mingfeng lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. He followed. Mu Hongyu was stunned and looked at Sinhu. Did she say something wrong? But she didn't say anything. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. Gu Mingfeng obviously didn't want to talk about this. But she didn't ask in detail and just continued walking. This was a long and narrow tunnel. As they walked, although they could only see the situation around them, they could still feel that this path was very winding. Chu Luyue silently calculated in her heart. She guessed that they should have walked down some distance, but she didn't know if they had reached the foot of the mountain. And the direction was not clear. But she couldn't care about that now. It would be best if they could use this path to avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. Oh my god, this golden mane bear is too powerful. Just this path in the mountain must have taken a lot of effort, right? Jianghu sighed as they walked. To ordinary people, this is naturally a huge project. But the golden mane bear's body is very strong. This is not difficult for it. Jianghu was speechless. The golden mane bear is so strong, but it was still defeated by you. If you ask me, Lu Yu, you're the scariest one. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh. She had said a few times that they were able to defeat the golden mane bear because of their combined strength, but Jianghu seemed to think that she was hiding something and admired her a lot. With such a straightforward personality, it was hard for him to change his mind once he decided on something. Thus, Chu Luiyue decided not to explain further and just let him be. They didn't see the end of it. Jianghu was a little. When is this going to end? Before she could finish speaking, the golden mane bear cub in Mu Hongyu's arms suddenly moved. When Chu Luiyue saw this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Almost there. They continued walking. Sure enough, it didn't take long for their vision to open up. A huge cave appeared in front of them. Jianghu quickened his pace and was the first to walk over. He quickly looked around and the excitement on his face froze. That's not right. Lu Yu, why isn't there an exit here? Chu Luiyue rubbed her forehead helplessly. This is where the golden mane bear hibernates. It's meant to prevent it from being disturbed. Why would there be an exit here? Then how do we get out? Chu Luiyue walked over step by step and scanned the surroundings. Naturally, we'll make an exit ourselves. Her tone was calm and natural, as if she was saying that the weather was good today. It was as if she didn't find her words shocking at all. Even Gu Mingfeng couldn't help but frown. Make an exit? From here? Chu Luiyue nodded. If we work together, it shouldn't take too long. Lu Yu, are you serious? Mu Hongyu stared at her in a daze. We don't even know where we are. What if this place is at the bottom of the mountain? Won't we have to dig for months? It won't take that long. I've already looked around. The walls here are made of the same stone as the cave. We're still in the mountain. That's the center of the mountain, so we're definitely closer to the outside now. As long as we make an exit, everything won't be a problem. Chu Luiyue looked at the others who were still in a daze. Otherwise, do you have a better idea? They fell silent. Gu Mingfeng took a deep breath. Tell us, where should we start? When Chu Luiyue and the others walked through the secret passage in the mountain, the situation outside became more and more tense. Unknowingly, the outside of the mountain was surrounded by many magical beasts. Fierce murderous intent filled the air, and it was frightening. However, they didn't go up the mountain to attack. Instead, they lined up neatly and looked like they were ready for battle. It looked like they were waiting for something. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely feel that something was wrong. But Gu Mingzhu didn't think so. She found a remote corner in the middle of the mountain and hid behind a big rock. After waiting for a while, she realized that the magical beasts didn't attack immediately. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Although she didn't know why these magical beasts suddenly stopped, she felt very lucky. Because what she needed the most now was time. She touched her waist with one hand, looking anxious and excited. As long as no one disturbed her, she could escape safely. Suddenly, the smile on her face froze, and she looked at her belt in disbelief. That's not right. That thing was clearly here. Why is it gone now? Somewhere in Wanling Mountain. Wen Yan was rushing when he suddenly heard footsteps. His heart suddenly jumped. Looking over, he finally saw that the person who had come was Bai Chen. Behind him was Si Ting and the others. They were in a hurry and seemed to be rushing to do something. Wen Yan went forward. Bai Chen, where are you going? Are Si Ting and the rest injured too? Bai Chen saw that it was Wen Yan and quickly took a few steps forward with a serious expression. Wen Yan, do you feel that something is wrong? Wen Yan was stunned. You mean, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain are more aggressive than before? Bai Chen nodded and then shook his head. Not entirely. There were signs of this yesterday. A few elders and teachers already knew about it and sent many seriously injured students out. But now, there is something more serious. Oh. What is it? Wen Yan asked curiously. Bai Chen took a deep breath and briefly told him about what Si Ting and the others had encountered earlier. In fact, it's not just them. Many people encountered the same situation. If I'm not wrong, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain seem to have received some kind of command at that moment. Or rather, an order. That's why they were so consistent. The most important thing is that in the past, all the magical beasts went into the mountain range. But this time, Wen Yan's heart jumped. I'm afraid the one who can control these magical beasts is, boom. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The few of them looked up and saw a mountain peak in the distance suddenly collapse. A huge magical beast spread its wings and soared into the sky. Boundless pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. That's a high-level magical beast. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 141. It was a large, blood-red python. The scales on its body shone with a cold, iron-blooded glow under the sunlight. The black bone wings on its back almost covered the entire sky. His powerful and terrifying aura made it hard for people to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Bai Chen widened his eyes, almost thinking that he had seen wrongly. That's a 7th grade black flying python? Si Ting and the rest were shocked. A 7th grade advanced fiend? That powerful existence that only existed in legends? Quick! Retreat! Wen Yan's lips turned pale. He immediately reacted and shouted. Inform everyone in the academy to retreat from Wanling Mountain. Roar! The moment the black flying python appeared, all the fiends in Wanling Mountain roared in unison. The sound was earth-shattering. That was their way of expressing their submission. The black flying python flapped its wings, and its body flashed. It quickly headed toward the mountain where Chu Luiyue and the rest were. All the fiends welcomed it respectfully. The fiends had a strict hierarchy. As a 7th grade black flying python, it naturally had the highest status here. In fact, this was indeed its territory. It was very fast. In just a few breaths, it was already in front of the mountain. Its cold and green eyes were filled with indifferent murderous intent. Then, it let out a strange sound from its throat. The fiends gathered at the foot of the mountain responded in unison. Then, they rushed toward the mountain. Why did it disappear? The family head had specially given it to her in the past because he was worried that she would encounter danger. She could not bear to use it when she was chased by the golden mane bear, but she knew that she had to use it now. But, why couldn't she find it? Gu Mingzhu searched her body again, but she still could not find it. She gradually panicked. If she did not have that thing, how could she leave this place safely? She could not help but look up at the fiend in midair. Although she could not recognize what it was, she was sure that it was an extremely dangerous high-level fiend. And now, it seemed to be planning to attack. What should she do? Gu Mingzhu was so anxious that her heart was beating wildly. Her face was pale, and her limbs were cold. Rumble. Just as she was feeling worried, a loud sound was heard. She looked over in shock, only to see that the magical beasts at the foot of the mountain were suddenly charging towards the mountain peak. With so many magical beasts charging at her at the same time, it almost caused the rocks under her feet to tremble. She became more and more afraid and ran in a certain direction in a panic. Chu Luiyue and the others were just about to start looking for the exit when they felt a powerful fluctuation. A few pieces of gravel fell from the mountain wall. Mu Hongyu was shocked. What's wrong? What happened outside? It seems like someone is attacking. No. It should be those magical beasts. Jianghu suddenly came back to his senses. Who else could it be other than them? Why are they attacking the mountain? Are they trying to force us out? Mu Hongyu frowned. Why are they targeting us? Chu Luiyue lowered his eyes slightly. Gu Mingfeng narrowed his eyes when he saw her expression. Do you want to continue? They all looked at Chu Luiyue. Under such circumstances, there didn't seem to be much point in continuing to stay here and break out of another exit. Perhaps they didn't have the time at all. With those magical beasts chasing them so crazily, they would only die if they stayed here. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment and finally said, Continue. I'll go back. What? Mu Hongyu was shocked and pulled her back. Are you crazy? Won't you be courting death if you go back now? The entire mountain has been surrounded. Even if we don't go out, we won't be able to escape. If I go back, I can still buy some time. Take advantage of this opportunity to continue forward and break out of another exit. It should be safer to go out from there. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she suddenly took something out of her sleeve. It was a palm-sized black crystal disc with some engravings on it. It looked very mysterious and had a faint suppressive aura. Shock flashed across Gu Mingfeng's eyes when he saw this. He immediately looked at Chu Luiyue. This is Black Xian Formation Crystal? Mu Hongyu recognized what it was and exclaimed. Why do you have this? The so-called Black Xian Formation Crystal was a Xian formation engraved on a black crystal to seal the power of the Xian formation inside. This item was extremely precious because even a low-level Xian master could activate the Xian formation on it with just a little bit of power. From there, they could use a Xian formation of a higher level. And the attack power would naturally be stronger. However, this Black Xian Formation crystal was extremely difficult to engrave. It was rare even for aristocratic families. Chu Luiyue shook her head. This isn't mine. It's Gu Mingzhu's. Gu, Mu Hongyu was at a loss for words, but she immediately reacted. You secretly took it? When? Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows nonchalantly. That's not important. She owes us so much. Just take it as some interest for now. Jianghu gave him a thumbs up in admiration. I was wondering why you let her off so easily. She was still complaining that you let her off too easily. So you simply took drastic measures to deal with her. No wonder Gu Mingzhu didn't want to come with us. There are so many fiends at the foot of the mountain, but she dared to stay outside and planned to escape alone. So it's because she has this treasure as her trump card. There is a level 5 Xian formation engraved on it. It's extremely powerful and can help you a lot. After Chu Luiyue finished speaking, she handed the Black Xian Formation crystal to Gu Mingfeng. I've already activated more than half of the Xian formation on it. You just need to inject a bit more power into it, and it will be completely activated. I'll leave Hongyu and Jianghu to you. Gu Mingfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Luiyue to say such a thing. Leave the two of them to me. Does she trust me? Chu Luiyue seemed to have seen through Gu Mingfeng's doubts. Her lips curled up slightly, and her gaze was fixed. I'll see you outside the mountain. Gu Mingfeng didn't know what to feel. He had never been so valued and trusted by anyone before. Even though he had outstanding talent, he was still looked down upon and humiliated because of his lowly background. Everyone in the Gu family said that he was cold-blooded and was just an ingrate. They had the same blood flowing in their veins, but they also gave him the deepest pain. But Chu Luiyue. They had only known each other for a few days, but she was actually willing to trust him so much. He looked into her eyes. There was no contempt, sarcasm, or mockery in those clear and bright eyes. There was only calmness and calmness. She was serious. Gu Mingfeng felt something surging in his heart. In the end, He reached out and took the black Xian formation crystal. Okay. Chu Liuyue's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Since Gu Mingfeng said so, it meant that he was willing to give it his all. Mu Hongyu and Sun, who were injured. After she left, they could only rely on him. She returned the luminous pearl to Gu Mingfeng and didn't say anything else. She turned and left. Her figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. Mu Hongyu took a step forward, wanting to stop her. Gu Mingfeng walked in front of her. Since she said that she'll see you outside the mountain, she definitely won't go back on her words. Instead of worrying, why don't we act quickly and meet up with her? We don't have much time. The longer we delay, the more danger she will be in. Mu Hongyu bit her red lips. She was struggling in her heart. Finally, she nodded vigorously. Let's go. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 142. Chu Luyue walked alone in the tunnel. The closer she got to the outside, the clearer she could feel the power of the attack. She could imagine what was going on outside. Rocks continued to fall from the mountain walls, smashing into her side. However, Chu Luyue did not stop. She walked out firmly. This trip was dangerous, but she had to go. Moreover, she also wanted to know why the demonic beasts in Wanling mountain range were so against her. She felt an itch on her neck. She looked down at the blood ferret on her shoulder. It's dangerous outside. You'd better not follow me. The little thing shook its head. No. It wanted to follow her. Chu Luyue chuckled and tapped its head. Aren't you very timid? You ran faster than anyone else when we were in danger. Why do you want to follow me now? I'm not kidding. You should know what's going on outside. There's really no need to follow me. The little thing seemed to be hurt by her words. It puffed up its cheeks angrily and glared at her. Then, it turned around and faced her with its butt. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. It wasn't that kind of cowardly creature. Could it be that in her eyes, it was like this? I want to follow her. Chu Luyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. She felt warm inside. It's not impossible if you want to follow me out. However, if you encounter danger, just run for your life. Do you hear me? The little thing swung its tail and covered its ears. Chu Luyue took a deep breath and continued walking out. At the same time, on the other side of Wanling Mountain, Elder Sun and the rest were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the black flying python in the sky. What's going on? Why would the black flying python appear there at this time? Elder Sun was shocked. The other teachers who came with him looked at each other. Elder Sun, you know there's a black flying python here? Elder Sun nodded with a serious expression. The entire Wanling Mountain is its territory. In fact, the so-called magical beast tide was also caused by it. The black-winged python's cultivation required it to devour a large amount of energy, and this included low-level magical beasts. Due to the pressure of a magic beast's level, those low-level magic beasts had no choice but to gather together and let it do as it pleased. 3 years ago, Marshall Uncle and I saw it here by chance. At that time, it was only at the peak of level 6. I didn't expect it to break through to level 7 in just 3 years. Everyone was shocked. Elder Sun frowned. The mountain in the middle of Wanling mountain range is the nest of the black flying python. It never left before. But now, for some unknown reason, he appeared at the border. Qingyi, how many students are there in this mountain range? A teacher next to him calculated in his heart and immediately said, 2 days ago, many demonic beasts appeared in the forest, and they were extremely aggressive. Many students were injured and had to retreat. Less than a third of them are still inside. Elder Sun stared at the terrifyingly huge body and muttered, no wonder it's so strange this time. It's all because of this guy. Even though there was a distance between them, he could still clearly feel the surging killing intent from the black heaven-devouring python. What did it want to do? He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and ordered, "Split up and bring the rest of the students back. Remember, be careful. Don't provoke that black flying python." "Yes." Chu Luiyue quickly returned to the cave. From here, she could clearly hear the powerful aura approaching from outside. She took a deep breath and walked out. When her figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the black flying python in midair. Then, it stretched out its neck and hissed. All the demonic beasts that were rushing forward heard the order and stopped. However, they had almost occupied half of the mountain. The golden-eyed demonic beast at the front had already jumped to the top of the mountain and was confronting Chu Luiyue. No, it should be said that Chu Luiyue was completely surrounded. Chu Luiyue followed the voice and looked at the sky. When she saw the huge body clearly, she was shocked. A level 7 black flying python. No wonder these demonic beasts were so obedient. It turned out that there was such an existence. A human and a beast looked at each other. Chu Luiyue could clearly see that the pair of vertical pupils were filled with biting cold murderous intent. It was indeed coming for her. It wanted to take her life. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. The sun was shining brightly at this moment, but her body was cold. A level 7 demonic beast. If it was her previous life, she would naturally not care. But now, how could she be a match for it? Not to mention that there were so many demonic beasts waiting for her. Chu Luiyue did not doubt that as long as the black flying python gave the order, these demonic beasts would immediately rush forward and tear her into pieces. In this atmosphere where the air seemed to be frozen, the black flying python moved and headed towards Chu Luiyue. When it approached, the golden-eyed demonic beasts all bowed down. The demonic beasts on the mountain also became more and more respectful. The black flying python looked down at Chu Luiyue from above. Just a glance. A formless pressure descended upon them. That was the terrifying power that only high-level demonic beasts had. Chu Luiyue only felt as if something had ruthlessly crushed her body and her entire body was in intense pain. Her face instantly turned pale and sweat broke out on her forehead. The little thing that was originally nestled on her shoulder was also affected and gave out a painful moan. It was a demonic beast and was suppressed by the black flying python's bloodline pressure, so naturally it would not be any better. Chu Luiyue took a look at it and saw that it was trembling all over. Obviously it was extremely afraid and in extreme pain. However, its 2 claws were tightly grabbing onto her clothes and refused to let go. She forced herself to hold on as she turned back to look at the black flying python and asked word by word, "It's not impossible for you to take my life. But at the very least, you have to first tell me the reason and let me die with a clear understanding, right?" The black flying python looked at her indifferently and did not open its mouth but increased its strength. Crack. The ground under Chu Luiyue's feet instantly cracked open. Intense pain engulfed her entire body, almost causing Chu Luiyue's vision to turn black. She clenched her teeth and stood still as a light suddenly flashed through her mind. How easy would it be to kill her? But this black flying python did not directly attack. Compared to wanting her life, it seemed, it wanted her to submit more. Digression, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 143. She did not know this black flying python, and today was her first time seeing it. Why was it acting like this? Chu Luiyue could not figure it out. However, this black flying python did not seem to want to explain. It only stared at her and kept increasing the pressure on Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she still stood straight. She reached out and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the black flying python again with a heavy gaze. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled. "If I kneel just because you want me to, wouldn't I be too embarrassed?" Hearing her words, a trace of anger flashed across the black flying python's eyes. Boom! It swept its tail, and a strong wind attacked. Chu Liuyue's body flew backward and landed heavily on the mountain rock. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and blood immediately flowed out from her back. Chu Liyue coughed and spat out the blood clots. Her originally pale lips were dyed red with blood, and she looked especially miserable. Her shoulder blade was probably broken. She used her arms to support herself and stood up with difficulty. However, before she could stand firm, another terrifying force attacked her again. Bang! Chu Liyue was thrown out again. This time, it was even heavier than before. Lil Thing clutched her clothes tightly and was brought down together with her. It looked at Chu Liyue nervously, and its eyes were filled with tears. Chu Liyue took a while to recover. She endured the intense pain, held on to the rock beside her, and stood up again. However, at this time, her breathing was weak, and her body was covered in blood. She looked very miserable. It was not that she did not want to fight back, but the other party did not give her a chance. A 7th grade fiend's abilities were unfathomable. At her current level, she did not have the right to fight with it. But, why? The little thing used its claws to quickly wipe away its tears and turned to look at the culprit angrily. Its teeth creaked. In the end, it actually jumped up and went straight for the other party. It wanted to kill this fellow. Come back. Chu Liyue was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The black heaven-devouring python's gaze shifted slightly. It looked at the blood ferret that was charging towards it as if it was looking at a dead object. He didn't know what death was. As the powerful pressure descended, the little thing's body suddenly stiffened, and then it fell heavily to the ground. It was lying on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Chu Liuyue's pupils suddenly shrank. His cold gaze fell on her. She looked up. The black heaven-swallowing python looked down at her, as if it was looking at an ant struggling in vain. After Elder Sun gave the order, the teachers who came with him immediately took action. Soon, they found the remaining students in the forest and sent them out of the forest. Things were progressing very smoothly. Before they set off, Old Sun had repeatedly warned them not to enter the heart of the mountain range. Therefore, most of the students stayed in the outer area, which made it easier for them to evacuate. When the teachers came back and said that most of the students had been sent out, Old Sun was a little surprised. So fast? Yes. The students didn't go deep. Although they were scattered, it was easy to find them. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the black heaven-swallowing python, but all the magical beasts in the forest seemed to have been summoned, so we didn't encounter any obstacles. The teachers were also very glad. Old Sun nodded, and his heart finally calmed down. How many students are still in the forest? Other than the 3 who died, all the students in our batch have left, an elder said in a low voice. We, 4 died, and 1 is missing. The rest have also left, another elder said with a sorrowful expression. Sun Zhongyan was silent for a moment. This time, it was likely to be the most tragic battle the academy had ever seen. If only he had known this would happen. Bai Chen, what about the new students? He suppressed his emotions and continued to ask. Bai Chen's expression was a little ugly. 2 people from Gu Mingzhu's team died. We found their corpses in the forest, but the remaining 3 are nowhere to be found. Also, there's no news about the 4 people in Chu Liuyue's team either. Sun Zhongyan was shocked. How can there be no news? The periphery is only so big. Moreover, they have a signal tube with them, so they should be able to find. He suddenly thought of something and his voice stopped abruptly. Bai Chen smiled bitterly. We've searched the other places, but there's nothing. There's only one place we haven't gone. Everyone knew where he was talking about. All their actions just now were to avoid the mountain occupied by the black heaven-swallowing python. They are very likely to be there. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The black heaven-swallowing python was very dangerous. If they were really there, they would be doomed. Sun Zhongyan frowned. After a moment, he said decisively, "You all leave first, I'll go there myself." "Old Sun, please reconsider. That black heaven-swallowing python is extremely ferocious, and looking at the current situation, who knows what it is going to do. If you go now, won't you? I can't care so much. If there are no other places, then they can only be there. It's because the black heaven-swallowing python is too powerful that I have to go. Those students would not be able to last long under the encirclement of so many fiends. Old Sun, what if they are not there? Let's take a look first." "There's no time." Sun Zhongyan shook his head. Bai Chen immediately said, "I'll go with you." Si Ting stepped forward. His handsome face was calm, but there was a flash of emotion in his eyes. "Master, I'm willing to go with you." Digression, Rong Xiu, as the male lead, am I not worthy of a name? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 144. No, that place is extremely dangerous. How can you go there? Old Master Sun rejected him without hesitation. Si Ting was talented and powerful, but that did not mean that he was powerful enough. If anything happened to him, what would happen to him as a teacher? Si Yang could not help but take a step forward and whisper. "Big brother. Are you crazy? That's a 7th grade black flying python. Do you want to die?" He looked around hesitantly and spoke even more softly. "It's not worth it for you to take such a risk for someone else. Even if you go, you might just be a burden to old Master Sun." Si Ting was very insistent. "Teacher, it's precisely because it's dangerous that I should go with you. You're my teacher. There's no reason for you to sit back and do nothing. What's more, you know how strong I am. Maybe I can help you when the time comes." Si Ting was a man of few words. Although his grades were top-notch, he was always very humble. Today, this was the first time he had said something like this. The other elders and teachers could not help but look at him. Si Yang glanced at him and knew that he could not stop him. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Big brother had always been decisive. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. If he said that he wanted to go, then, he would definitely go. Others might not know why, but he knew. Wasn't it because that person was there? Sigh. Si Yang sighed heavily and walked to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. Old Master Sun looked at Si Ting in surprise. "You really want to go?" Si Ting nodded. Old Master Sun was silent for a moment. Seeing his serious expression, he finally agreed. "Since that's the case, follow me. The exit should be outside." Sinhu knocked on the wall in front of him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked delighted. Mu Hongyu took 2 steps forward and knocked on the wall like Sinhu. Then, she leaned in closer to listen. "The sound seems a little different from before." Mu Hongyu said uncertainly. "Sinhu, are you sure that the exit is outside?" "Of course. When I was at home, I loved to follow my father up the mountain. Although I don't know much about these things, I can tell something." Sinhu patted his chest. "If you open this layer of the mountain wall, you'll find that it's not the exit. You can do whatever you want with it." Seeing how confident he was, Mu Hongyu believed him. Then, she looked at Gu Mingfeng. "Why don't you do it?" Gu Mingfeng nodded, indicating for the two to step back. He stood in front of the mountain wall with the profound formation black crystal in his hand. With a thought, he poured the force in his body into it. A faint glow suddenly lit up. That was the sign that the Xian formation was about to be activated. The surroundings were dark and silent. This radiance had become the most dazzling existence. The 3 of them stared at the profound formation black crystal. The golden mane bear cub moved uneasily. Mu Hongyu quickly touched its ears and hugged it even tighter. If anything went wrong later, she would be able to protect it. Gu Mingfeng's power continued to pour into the Xian Formation black crystal, and the light on it became more and more brilliant. Very quickly, the outline of a Xian Formation appeared. A faint wave of pressure also gradually spread out. Xinhu suddenly whispered. I wonder how Lu Yu is doing. Mu Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. Although they could vaguely sense what was going on outside, they couldn't guess what was going on. Right now, no one knew what was going on outside. She suppressed the worry in her heart and took a deep breath. Lu Yu is very strong and smart. She'll be fine. Since she said she'll see you outside, she won't go back on her words. Let's just go out and meet up with her as soon as possible. Xinhu nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound was suddenly heard. The two of them looked over and saw that the black crystal in Gu Mingfeng's hand had already formed a complete Xian formation. The light was resplendent, and the pressure was overwhelming. It's done. Xinhu excitedly waved his fist. However, very quickly, the light of the profound formation suddenly weakened. Even the power that they had sensed earlier seemed to have become unstable. What's going on? Xinhu's smile suddenly froze. Mu Hongyu suddenly realized something. Could it be that Gu Mingfeng's power isn't enough to activate the black crystal? Because they weren't Xian masters, they were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Warriors usually expended more energy than Xian masters to successfully activate the black crystal. But the two of us can't help him now. I've already used up all of my force, Xinhu said with a bitter smile. As he spoke, the light dimmed even more. Mu Hongyu weakly closed her eyes. If only I had already broken through to become a stage 4 warrior. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a problem. Lu Yu left his trump card to them and went out alone to face the danger, but they still couldn't succeed. The atmosphere became stiff and cold. Buzz buzz. The faint buzzing sound was heard again. Mu Hongyu and Xinhu were both stunned. They realized that Gu Mingfeng's aura had suddenly increased. The black crystal in front of him shone even brighter. Mu Hongyu widened her eyes. Xinhu couldn't help but curse. F***CK. Gu Mingfeng, UF** King broke through to become a stage 4 warrior long ago. Boom! A terrifying power suddenly erupted from the black Xian formation crystal. Chu Luyue gritted her teeth and stood up again, walking forward. She walked very slowly as blood continued to flow from her body. Every step she took would leave a shocking bloody footprint on the ground behind her. The black flying python looked down at her indifferently, and the murderous intent in its eyes grew stronger. Chu Liuyue's unwillingness to admit defeat had completely enraged it. But the more it was like this, the more it was unwilling to kill her. Chu Liyue finally stopped. Then, she bent down and tried to bring the little thing that was lying on the ground, motionless. Up close, its body seemed to be trembling slightly from breathing. It was obviously still alive. Chu Liyue immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't her demon beast, she didn't want it to die because of her. Especially, at the last critical moment, it chose to stand with her. Just as Chu Liyue's hand was about to touch it, a powerful wave suddenly swept over. Chu Liyue was sent flying again. This time, the black flying python finally moved. It flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Chu Liyue. Then, it opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. Chu Liyue almost fainted from this blow, and she only relied on her last bit of willpower to stay awake. But when she spat out a mouthful of blood and forced her eyes open, she saw cold and sharp teeth. The black flying python was already in front of her. And it planned to swallow her. Chu Liyue instinctively wanted to dodge, but she realized that half of her body was numb and she couldn't move at all. A trace of arrogance and mockery flashed across those vertical pupils. The weak could only be slaughtered. Chu Liyue clenched her teeth. She couldn't die here. Buzz. The water droplet in her dantian suddenly started spinning. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 145. Almost at the same time that the water droplet started to move, the black flying python that was already near Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a sense of fatal danger. It looked at Chu Luiyue in shock. The contempt and ridicule in its eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by an unconcealable deep fear. The next moment, it retreated in a panic. As if Chu Luiyue was an incredible and terrifying existence. All the surrounding magical beasts were stunned when they saw this situation. What was going on? Didn't it want to kill that lowly human? Why? Chu Luiyue suddenly regained her senses and realized that the water droplet in her dantian had moved. The vast power kept surging, and in the next moment, a small water droplet separated from it. Chu Luiyue suddenly felt her palm itch. She looked down and widened her eyes in shock. In the middle of her blood-stained palm, a small water droplet had unknowingly appeared. That water droplet was only the size of a soybean. It was completely transparent and smooth. It looked no different from an ordinary water droplet. However, one could only feel the terrifying power contained in it when they got close. Chu Luiyue stared blankly. This scene was very similar to the time when she had repaired her Yuan meridian. The only difference was that the last water droplet had been used to repair her Yuan meridian. This time, it was used to attack. Before she could react, that water droplet had already flown out. It went straight for the black flying python. The black flying python continued to retreat quickly, but the water droplet's speed was faster than it. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of it. The black flying python flapped its wings and a red flame surged out. It formed a barrier in front of it. But in the next moment, a look of shock flashed across its eyes. Because that water droplet had directly passed through that layer of flame and did not even slow down. That water droplet's speed was too fast. If one looked closely, they could even see a small hole in the middle of the flame. Before the flame could rush over, the water droplet had already passed through and left. The black flying python was even more horrified. It had already sensed that something was wrong. The scene in front of it now proved its guess. Chu Luiyue had an extremely powerful and mysterious power in her body. Even it might not be a match for this power. As it thought of this, it quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid this attack. That huge black and red figure moved crazily in the sky. Its route was messy and looked very strange. However, that water droplet seemed to have eyes. It followed closely and kept approaching. What's going on? Elder Sun and Si Ting rushed over silently, but they realized that something was wrong. They looked up and saw the black flying python swimming crazily in the sky. It looked as if he was hiding from something. Si Ting quickly looked up and frowned. Then, he shifted his gaze to the middle of the mountain. Actually, there was still some distance from the mountain, but they could already roughly see the situation there. Vaguely, a familiar figure could be seen halfway up the mountain. If it wasn't Chu Luiyue, who else could it be? But at this moment, she was leaning against the mountain rock. Something seemed wrong. Si Ting's heart was in his mouth. He wanted to continue forward but was stopped by Elder Sunday. Si Ting, if we continue forward, we will reach the Fiend Beast Formation, which is the area controlled by the black flying python. If we go in, it won't be so easy to come out. Wait here. I will go and check it out. Si Ting's thin lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw Elder Sun's determined expression, he swallowed the words in his throat. Yes. After Sun Zhongyan finished speaking, he moved forward. Bang! A muffled sound was suddenly heard. Elder Sun and Si Ting were both shocked. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there was a hole in the ground not far away in the forest. Soon after, a hand suddenly stretched out from below. The two of them were alarmed. Elder Sun shouted sternly. Who is it? The person below seemed to be shocked as well. He quickly retracted his hand. But very quickly, a figure jumped out of the hole. It was a young man. He was tall and burly, and his skin was dark. There were wounds all over his body, and blood stains covered his entire body. He looked extremely pathetic. However, he was wearing Tianlu Academy's uniform. Elder Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The moment the young man came out, he immediately looked at Elder Sun and Si Ting. When he saw their faces clearly, he could not help but be stunned. Elder Sun? The worry and doubt in his heart disappeared. He immediately turned around and shouted into the hole. Hong Yu. Ming Feng. Come out quickly. The person outside is Elder Sun. Elder Sun and Si Ting finally understood when they heard these two names. This was Chu Liuyue's team. Mu Hongyu and Gu Mingfeng quickly walked out from below. They were also in a sorry state and looked very pathetic. Elder Sun's gaze quickly swept across the three of them. He could not help but frown. What happened to you? How did you all get so severely injured? Just as he finished speaking, he saw that Mu Hongyu was carrying a golden mane bear cub in her arms. This is, Elder Sun, we were harmed by Gu Mingzhu and were chased by the golden mane bear. It was not easy for us to kill it and survive. Mu Hongyu's simple sentence summarized everything that had happened in the past day and night. When Old Master Sun and Si Ting heard this, they were both shocked. Golden mane bear? That was a 4th-grade fiend. The few of them could actually kill it? Mu Hongyu nodded. This little fellow is the cub of the golden mane bear. I carried it to be my fiend. Old Master Sun wanted to ask more, but Si Ting suddenly spoke in an indifferent tone. Only the 3 of you? Tsinhu immediately said. Yes. The 3 of us separated from Lu Yu. She said she would meet us outside the mountain. Where is she? As Tsinhu spoke, he realized that there was no sign of Chu Luyue around. Si Ting clenched his fists in his sleeves. She is not here. On the other side, Gu Mingfeng had already realized that something was wrong. He looked around quietly and finally saw a familiar figure in the middle of the mountain. She is there. At this moment, she was obviously surrounded by countless fiends. But this was not the scariest thing. Gu Mingfeng stared at the huge figure in the sky. A black flying python? No wonder Chu Luyue hasn't appeared until now. She's clearly in a dead end. Elder Sun did not ask about the situation. He quickly said to Si Ting, wait here. If there is anything strange, take action immediately. Protect the 3 of them first. I have already informed the other teachers to send them out. Si Ting nodded. Don't worry, teacher. Elder Sun nodded and turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, the black flying python in the sky suddenly screamed crazily. It seemed to be in extreme pain. After moving crazily in the air, it suddenly charged towards the middle of the mountain. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 146. The water droplet quickly pierced through the black flying python's abdomen. It was only a small droplet, but it was extremely powerful. It left a fist-sized bloody hole on the black flying python's body. The hard scales were easily shattered, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The black flying python had never suffered such a loss before. It hissed in pain and hated Chu Luyue even more. The magical beasts that were watching at the foot of the mountain were shocked when they saw this scene. To them, the black flying python was the most powerful existence. It was the king that they had to submit to. But now, it was injured by a human. The magical beasts started to get restless. Some of the magical beasts at the outermost periphery started to retreat hesitantly. They were all quite intelligent. When they saw this scene, they naturally realized that Chu Luyue was not so easy to deal with. For their own sake, it was better to stay away for the time being. Of course, most of the magical beasts continued to guard here, watching the black flying python in midair. Sensing those gazes, the black flying python was even more furious. It had been the king of Wanling Mountain for many years. But now, because of Chu Luiyue, its position was on the verge of collapse. If it lost to Chu Luiyue in front of everyone today, it would no longer have any prestige to speak of. Thinking of this, the black flying python's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. Then, it charged towards Chu Luiyue again. Boom! It swung its long tail. Chu Luiyue narrowly dodged it. The mountain rocks behind her were instantly shattered, and gravel flew everywhere. Although she had barely dodged this attack, the wounds on her body were getting more and more painful. Chu Luiyue turned around and looked at her left shoulder. The other injuries were not important. The key was that the bones in her shoulder and back were broken when she hit the mountain rocks. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold on for much longer. She had to find a way to escape as soon as possible. As she thought of this, she dodged to the side. The black flying python seemed to have gone crazy as it followed closely behind. Everywhere Chu Luiyue passed by, there was a mess behind her. Bang! A dull sound was suddenly heard. The commotion behind her stopped for a moment. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that the wound on the black flying python's abdomen had widened again. It was as if it had experienced another attack. It was in so much pain that it curled up into a ball. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. This was actually the power of the water droplet. The black heaven-devouring python struggled in pain, and the chaotic energy caused the surrounding rocks to shatter. Now was the chance to leave. Chu Luiyue turned around. She had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a hand reaching over from the side. She immediately turned her head and looked back. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger, causing the other party to stop in fear. However, Chu Luiyue had already seen the other party's face clearly. Gu Mingzhu. At this time, Gu Mingzhu was covered in blood. Her face seemed to have been scratched a few times. Her hair was disheveled and she looked panicked. She looked very miserable. She stared at Chu Luiyue closely and anxiously said, "Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue, help me. Take me with you." Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. She glanced at her and guessed what she had experienced. She turned around and left expressionlessly. Gu Mingzhu didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be so heartless. She panicked even more. "Chu Luiyue. Why didn't you abandon me? We are from the same sect. If you treat me like this, in the future," Chu Luiyue didn't stop and turned a deaf ear to her. It was already difficult for her to protect herself. If Gu Mingzhu was added, she would be dead for sure. Why did she have to bring such a burden with her? Gu Mingzhu turned around and looked at the black flying python that was struggling in pain. She bit her lip. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she only had a chance of survival if she followed Chu Luiyue. She searched for a long time just now, but she couldn't find the Xian Formation black crystal that was her trump card. She could only bite the bullet and go down the mountain, thinking that she might be able to avoid those demonic beasts and leave safely. But she didn't expect to be discovered by them not long after she left. She almost died in their hands. She had no choice but to come back again. As expected, those demonic beasts didn't come up again. They were probably intimidated by the black flying python's pressure. Although they didn't come up, they didn't leave either. They blocked all the way down the mountain. I don't know what method Chu Luiyue used, but she actually temporarily suppressed the black flying python's attack. I must leave with her. Thinking of this, she quickly followed Chu Luiyue. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly turned around and looked at her coldly. "Although I'm injured now, it's still easy to kill you. If you want to live a little longer, you better not provoke me." Gu Mingzhu was shocked by the undisguised murderous intent in her tone. After a while, she reacted. Chu Luiyue was actually threatening her. At this time, Chu Luiyue didn't care about their relationship as fellow disciples and actually said such words. "Chu Luiyue. Are you forcing me to my death? Gu Mingzhu screamed in disbelief. Chu Luiyue sneered. When you lured the golden mane bear over, you should have thought of this day. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Gu Mingzhu was furious. Her hatred towards Chu Luiyue had reached its peak. What a good Chu Luiyue. She obviously had the means to help, but she was still so heartless and wanted to kill her. Since this was the case, don't blame her for being heartless. Chu Luiyue had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind her. She quickly dodged and a stone flew past her ear. The stone was just broken and had sharp edges. More importantly, the stone was aimed at the wound on her back. If she hadn't dodged quickly, the stone might have hit her broken shoulder. Chu Luiyue frowned and turned around. Gu Mingzhu. You! Before she could finish speaking, Gu Mingzhu suddenly pounced on her. Chu Luiyue raised her leg and kicked her hard in the chest. Gu Mingzhu fell heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, she gritted her teeth and crawled over, hugging Chu Luiyue's leg tightly. She turned around and screamed at the black flying python, "I'll help you hold her back. Can't you spare my life? You just want her life anyway, right? Can you not kill me?" A cold glint appeared in Chu Luiyue's eyes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 147. The situation there doesn't seem to be right. Elder Sun noticed that not long after the black-winged heaven-devouring python charged towards the mountain peak, it suddenly stopped. From afar, it looked very strange. "I'll go there now. You guys must be careful here." After Elder Sun reminded them, he quickly left and headed straight for the mountain. Mu Hongyu watched in a daze, her eyes red. If it wasn't for us. Lu Yu wouldn't have, she choked and couldn't continue speaking. Big drops of tears kept falling. She had always been competitive and never cried in front of others. She always felt that she was weak. But now, she couldn't care less. The guilt and sadness in her heart were like seawater that surrounded her, making it hard for her to breathe. Tsinhu's face was also very pale. In the end, he walked to the side and punched the tree. Gu Mingfeng was the calmest one. "She will be fine." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask. "Really? Mingfeng, how can you be so sure?" Gu Mingfeng looked calm and didn't say anything. How could such a decisive and intelligent woman allow him to fall into such a passive state? Her abilities were definitely not what they had seen before. She was too mysterious, as if she knew everything. Didn't it mean that she could escape unscathed after offending the crown prince and the Chu family? Deep in his heart, he had an inexplicable confidence in her. Even though he didn't know where this confidence came from. But they just had to wait. Si Ting glanced at him, a dark glint flashing across his long and sharp eyes. Then, he retracted his gaze and looked at the mountain. His hands slowly clenched in his sleeves. He also knew that Chu Luiyue was hiding her abilities, but that was a 7th grade black flying python. What did she have to do to return safely? Elder Sun approached silently and soon reached the foot of the mountain. As he was worried that he would attract attention, he didn't dare to walk in the air. He could only hide in the forest. Although he wasn't discovered, the foot of the mountain and half of the mountain were occupied by fiends. If he continued forward, he would definitely be discovered. Elder Sun looked at the group of demonic beasts in front of him, and he was secretly anxious. The entire mountain had already been surrounded. If he wanted to break through from the outside, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention the black-winged heaven-devouring python, just the demonic beasts outside attacking together would be difficult for him to handle. However, Chu Luiyue and the others were still up there. He found a secluded spot with a better view and looked up the mountain again. From here, the situation above could be seen even more clearly. However, with just a glance, Elder Sun's heart skipped a beat. Halfway up the mountain, it was chaos. Chu Luiyue and the black heaven-swallowing python were confronting each other from afar. The black-winged heaven-swallowing python curled up into a ball and continuously flung out its crazy power. It looked extremely terrifying. On the other side, Chu Luiyue seemed to want to leave, but he was stopped by another person who hugged his leg tightly. Elder Sun took a closer look and realized that the person was Gu Mingzhu. What was she doing? Since she was also here, why didn't she leave with Chu Luiyue? Instead, she was holding her back. It looked like not only did she not help her fellow disciple, Chu Luiyue, but she was also helping the black heaven-swallowing python. Elder Sun was furious and wanted to rush over immediately. This Gu Mingzhu was really crazy. Chu Luiyue wanted to shake off Gu Mingzhu, but Gu Mingzhu seemed determined to hold her back in exchange for a chance to survive. Although the running and torture these few days had consumed most of her energy, it did not cause her too much injuries. Compared to Chu Luiyue, she was even better. Therefore, under her persistence, Chu Luiyue was actually unable to shake her off several times. On the other side, the wound on the black heaven-swallowing python's body kept expanding. However, as the water droplet's power was gradually depleted, it could finally breathe. It raised its head, and its vertical eyes were filled with sinister resentment. Even Gu Mingzhu was shocked when she saw it. She was even more afraid and shouted even more urgently. I'll help you hold off Chu Luiyue. You let me go, okay? I beg you. The black heaven-swallowing python endured the pain and hissed. Chu Luiyue felt a buzzing sound in her ears. It was as if a small mountain had suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. The strong pressure made it difficult for her to move. Her heart sank. This black heaven-swallowing python seemed to have recovered. Next, it would probably take revenge crazily. At this moment, she had used up all her energy and had no strength to fight back. She lowered her gaze and looked at the black heaven-swallowing python's abdomen. There was a huge wound there. It was dripping with blood and looked very terrifying. It was left by that water droplet. She secretly gritted her teeth. If there was another water droplet, she would definitely win. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the black heaven-swallowing python suddenly moved. This time, it did not go forward directly. Instead, it rose into the air. It flapped its wings and a strong wind blew. It suddenly opened its mouth. A sharp whistle pierced through the clouds and fog. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled and a strong sense of uneasiness welled up. The next moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. A circular black hole appeared on top of its head. The surrounding drifting clouds were rapidly dragged into it. As those things kept pouring in, the black hole also kept expanding. Soon, it had expanded to the size of the entire mountain. Not long after, the gravel on the mountain swayed and started to fly up one after another. Finally, they were all swallowed by the vortex. Chu Luiyue's heart harshly sank. This was the black heaven-swallowing python's ultimate killer move, heaven swallowing. Using this move consumed a lot of its energy. But at this moment, it was clearly planning to go all out. Chu Luiyue kicked Gu Mingzhu away and then stabbed the dagger into the mountain wall beside her. A strong suction force swept over. Gu Mingzhu's body flew up uncontrollably. At this moment, she finally realized that something was wrong. Once she was swallowed by that strange black hole, she would definitely die. She hurriedly looked around and wanted to grab something, but it was already too late. No. I can't die. I've already helped you hold back Chu Luiyue just now. Why do you still want to kill me? Gu Mingzhu was in pain and panic. Her voice was shrill. The black heaven-swallowing python did not even look at her. It was not interested in such an ant at all. Gu Mingzhu felt that the force on her body was getting stronger and stronger. She could not help but raise her head. Only then did she realize that she was already in front of the black hole. It was pitch black inside, like an abyss. Once she entered, she would be doomed eternally. Her face was pale. She wanted to escape, but it was futile. No, the next moment, her body was completely swallowed up. In an instant, it was as if thousands of blades were crushing her body. Ah, an extremely shrill and miserable cry reverberated through the mountain. However, it quickly dissipated without a trace. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the mountain wall where Chu Liuyue's dagger was. Her body slid forward uncontrollably. The black heaven-swallowing python hissed again. The black hole in the sky spun even more crazily. The mountain wall beside Chu Liyue suddenly collapsed. She lost her foothold and was instantly swept away by the terrifying power. She was dragged towards the terrifying vortex. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the black heaven-swallowing python's eyes. As long as it crushed Chu Liyue looked at the darkness that was getting closer and closer. She could even see the black force entwining with each other. The next moment, her body was completely swallowed up. The darkness that made one despair surged from all directions. However, just as the surrounding force was about to strangle her to death, a white figure suddenly appeared. A slender and fair hand tore through the boundless darkness and gripped her tightly. That hand was as warm and cool as usual, but Chu Liyue suddenly felt very hot. The scorching temperature spread from the point of contact all the way to the bottom of her heart. The next moment, she fell into a warm and broad embrace. The violent and terrifying force was instantly isolated outside. She had not seen the person's face clearly, but that familiar cold fragrance made her feel inexplicably at ease. She could not help but raise her head. Rongxiu. In the darkness, she could not see his face, but she was incomparably certain that it was him. The person who held her in his arms laughed softly, as if he was very happy. Chu Liyue could even clearly feel the vibration of his chest. Your eyesight is much better. You don't need to look to know that it's this prince. Chu Liyue's ears suddenly felt hot. It was dark here and she could not see anything, but he deliberately said that she had good eyesight. He was clearly making fun of her. If she was not too familiar with him, how could she recognize him with just a hand and an embrace? Why did you come? It's too dangerous here. At this moment, Chu Liyue remembered that Rongxiu had directly entered the black vortex with her. Rongxiu's hand gently brushed her back and shoulder. It was sticky to the touch. She did not know how much blood she had lost. His heart seemed to be ruthlessly stabbed by something, and his movements paused. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I came. Digression, February. In view of the fact that His Highness Princely must appear today, the update will be late. Cough cough, there will be a 5th update later. Rongxiu, ha. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 148. Chu Liyue was held in his arms. She could clearly feel his heart beating in his chest and his breath on her forehead when he spoke. He said that it was precisely because it was dangerous that he had to come. This sentence was said so lovingly, but so naturally. It was as if it was the most natural thing for him to do. However, everyone in this world cherished their lives. Who would do so much for another person without reservation? Even to the extent of disregarding the danger, regardless of life or death. Chu Liyue's hands suddenly clenched the front of his clothes and said in a low voice. Rongxiu, I really thought I was going to die just now. That kind of overwhelming darkness, that kind of helplessness and despair. She had experienced it once and it was deeply engraved in her mind. She could not forget it. Whenever she thought of it, her heart would ache. Even her bones hurt. Rongxiu didn't dare to touch her wound. He carefully held her waist with one hand and caressed her hair with the other as he said softly, Don't worry. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Chu Liyue's eyes suddenly became hot. Her heart ached and she felt uncomfortable. If at that time, someone also said to her, I'm here. Don't be afraid, the flames crazily spread through her body. It was too painful. She closed her eyes and suddenly moved closer. She gently pressed her forehead against his chest. Rongxiu suddenly stopped. Rongxiu, why me? A muffled voice came. This was not the first time Chu Luiyue asked this question. But this time, it was obviously different. Rongxiu kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear. His voice was low and gentle. You're worth it. The person in his arms did not speak. Rongxiu said word by word. I have a lifetime to prove that you're worth it. This time, she did not believe. This time, she did not believe. However, one day, she would believe. Chu Luiyue still did not speak. Rongxiu knew her character best. He knew that she could not completely trust him in a short time, but he had enough patience. Hold on tight. Chu Luiyue guessed that he was going to break out of the encirclement here, so she obediently hugged his lean waist. Although he knew that Rongxiu had been hiding his strength, his opponent was a black flying python after all. It would not be easy to deal with it. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, how confident are you? Rongxiu was about to speak when he felt the arm around his waist was exceptionally soft and warm. The person in his arms was at the age of budding, the time when a young girl was blooming her radiance. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. I am confident, but it will take some time. Old Sun had a panoramic view of the situation halfway up the mountain. His heart sank to the bottom. The black-winged heaven-devouring python was determined to kill Chu Luiyue. It had even used such a killing move. Seeing Chu Luiyue being swallowed by the black vortex, Old Sun's back was drenched in cold sweat. No way. He must do it. Although there was no chance of winning, he couldn't just watch Chu Luiyue die like this. Old Sun gritted his teeth and held his breath. Silver light flickered on his fingertips as he was about to set up a Xian formation. However, at this moment, there was another change in the sky. A snow-white magical beast with a muscular body suddenly appeared. It looked like a lion, but Old Sun didn't recognize what it was. In his memory, there didn't seem to be such an existence. However, one thing was undeniable: this was a high-level demonic beast. It came from the horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the front of the black-winged heaven-devouring python. When it saw the newcomer, the hatred in the black-winged heaven-devouring python's eyes almost overflowed. It looked as if it had accumulated hatred for a long time. Shue stared at it and was also very angry. A few years ago, it had come here and fought with this fellow. At that time, the black-winged heaven-devouring python was still a 6th-grade demonic beast and was beaten black and blue by it. It didn't expect that a few years later, this fellow would actually attack Chu Luiyue. It was really tired of living. Roar! Shue's angry roar almost shook the forest. All the demonic beasts felt a vast pressure coming and couldn't help but be filled with fear. This demonic beast that suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than the black-winged heaven-devouring python. The level suppression in their bones and blood caused them to crawl on the ground, not daring to move. When the black-winged heaven-devouring python saw this scene, it was filled with hatred. With a swing of its long tail, it wrapped around Shue. Shue quickly jumped and dodged its attack in a few seconds, arriving in front of it. Then, its claws slammed towards the black-winged heaven-devouring python's head. Paw! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The black-winged heaven-devouring python's huge body flew out uncontrollably and smashed heavily on the mountain. Several cracks appeared on the mountain. Half of the mountain was on the verge of collapse. Old Sun was dumbfounded. This is 2 high-level demonic beasts fighting. Roar! Shue approached again. Without waiting for it to get up, it pressed down and beat it up again. With a claw, it directly tore off a large piece of its scales and flesh. The black-winged heaven-devouring python hissed in pain. The strength of both sides intertwined and collided fiercely. Rumble! The huge mountain was actually starting to collapse. Countless demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain started to flee in all directions. The entire Wanling mountain was in chaos. Old Sun wanted to take advantage of the chaos and go forward, but he bumped into a group of golden-eyed demonic beasts. They seemed to have been provoked by something. When they saw Old Sun, they rushed forward without hesitation. They seemed to want to risk their lives with him. Old Sun had a bad feeling. These demonic beasts seemed to have gone crazy. He was entangled with the golden-eyed demonic beasts. He wanted to break through the encirclement to save people, but these demonic beasts seemed to not care about their lives and trapped him tightly. Old Sun hurriedly looked up and saw the black vortex in the sky explode. He suddenly paused, and his face turned pale. On the other side, Si Ting and the rest also saw this scene and were all speechless. Mu Hongyu turned around and covered her mouth, but her shoulders could not help but tremble. They are here. A few teachers suddenly rushed over, looking anxious. Retreat. The demonic beasts in Wanling Mountain are crazy. We have to leave as soon as possible. No. Lu Yu is still there. Sun Hu roared angrily. Before he could finish speaking, he passed out. A teacher supported him and said with a frown, "Take them all away. We can't stay here for long." Si Ting suddenly turned around and walked into the depths of the forest. Digression, would you believe me if I said that I got a disease that makes me sleepy whenever I look at a computer? Chapter 149. Si Ting. Stop right there. A teacher quickly stepped forward and blocked his way. It's so dangerous over there. How can you go? Si Ting's handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and he looked exceptionally cold. The teacher was stunned when he saw him like this, but he still insisted. Now that two high-level fiends are fighting, the entire Wanling Mountain is going to be in chaos. If you go now, you'll just die. Even if something happens, there's still Elder Sun. We have to leave as soon as possible. Si Ting said coldly. There are still people who haven't come out. What time is it now? How can you still care about others? If this drags on, we might not even be able to leave safely. When the teacher behind them saw this, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked with a frown. He frowned and asked, Si Ting, you've always been calm and collected. What's wrong with you today? Si Ting's lips moved, and he clenched his jaw. Boom. 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 The black whirlpool in the sky completely collapsed and turned into countless streaks of black light that scattered in all directions. At the same time, there were all kinds of fiends' sharp roars, which made one panic. Let's go. The teacher did not hesitate and grabbed Si Ting's shoulder. A few teachers joined forces and forcefully brought them away. Not long after they turned and left, there was a loud boom. Si Ting's heart skipped a beat. He looked back and saw that the mountain had completely collapsed. The battle between Xue Xue and the black flying python was very intense. The violent force caused the entire mountain to collapse, and the forest was in a mess. However, if someone could take a closer look, they would realize that this battle was completely one-sided. The black flying python was at a complete disadvantage. It did not even have the strength to retaliate. After a few rounds of fighting, its body was already covered in injuries. Its originally beautiful and hard scales were almost all pulled out. There were a few bloody holes in its abdomen, and blood was gushing out. Even its head was smashed open and dripping with blood. It looked very miserable. Its initial arrogance had completely dissipated. Only endless regret and fear were left in its eyes. It really regretted it. Ever since it was beaten black and blue by Xue Xue, it had been full of resentment and brooding. This Wanling mountain range was its territory. How could it allow others to behave atrociously? In the past few years, it had been holding its breath and cultivating in seclusion. Finally, it had broken through from rank 6 to rank 7. Now that it had met Zhang Xian once more, it had made up its mind to wipe away the humiliation it had suffered in the past. However, who could have known that Zhang Xian's strength had increased even more than it had? Previously, it was still able to withstand a few dozen moves, but this time, it was completely defeated. Most importantly, it was in front of so many magical beasts in Wanling Mountain. He had completely lost all his face. Pa! Shue Shue bit its tail and flung it out. The black flying python drew a long trail of blood on the ground before finally smashing into a pile of rocks. Its body was covered in dust and blood. It was on the verge of death, unable to move, as if it would lose all signs of life in the next moment. Shue Shue looked at it, but there was still anger in its eyes. From the beginning to the end, it did not take this thing seriously, but it did not expect it to hold a grudge. He even wanted to kill Chu Luyue. If he didn't hit it, who would he hit? Just as it was about to continue its lesson, it suddenly paused and turned around. In the void, there was a transparent ripple. Soon after, a tall and slender figure walked out from within. It was Rong Xiu. He was carrying a woman in his arms. It was Chu Luyue. Shue Shue's eyes were filled with guilt and pity when it saw the bloodstains on Chu Luyue's clothes and the shocking wounds. It quickly ran over, wanting to take a closer look at her. Rong Xiu glanced at it. Shue Shue suddenly stopped in its tracks and lowered its head in self-reproach. Chu Luyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Only then did she realize that they had already escaped from the black whirlpool. She looked at Rong Xiu in a daze. He actually, really did it? Just what level had his strength reached? Sensing the movement beside her, she turned her head and saw Shue Shue. Then, she saw the black flying python lying in a pile of rocks not far away. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Its body was full of wounds and there was almost no part of it that was unscathed. It could be seen how ruthless Shue Shue was. Chu Luyue opened her mouth. Shue Shue was actually so powerful. It could actually kill a 7th-grade demonic beast to such an extent, but it was unscathed. When this matter is over, you can go back and receive your punishment. Rong Xiu said lightly. Shue Shue let out a low whimper and lowered her head even more. Chu Luyue tugged at Rong Xiu's clothes. All right. How are you going to punish Shue Shue? It was the one who dealt with the black flying python. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. It stayed with you for too long, so you have a trace of its aura on you. This black flying python has a grudge with it. It sensed its aura on you, so it attacked you. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. So, it was because of this? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was puzzled about the black flying python's hostility towards her. She didn't expect it to be because of this. Forget it, Shue Shue didn't do it on purpose. It can only be said that it was too coincidental. Chu Luyue liked Shue Shue very much. Although it caused such a blunder, she couldn't blame Shue Shue at the end of the day. Shue Shue felt even more ashamed and blamed itself. Its tail also hung down. Yes, but I only stayed with Shue Shue for a short period of time. It's not my demonic beast. Why do I have its aura on me? Chu Luyue muttered doubtfully. Even if there was, it should be very faint. Logically speaking, it shouldn't cause the black flying python to have such a strong murderous intent. Shue Shue's body stiffened. Rong Xiu's eyes darkened. There seemed to be a layer of fog between his eyebrows. He couldn't see clearly and said lightly. It's probably because we spent too much time together. Just try not to meet in the future. Shue Shue looked up in shock. It couldn't believe that it had been betrayed just like that. During those nights, it had carefully brought Rong Xiu's power over and then carefully injected it into Chu Luyue's body to nourish and heal her Yuan meridian. Even if it didn't take credit, it should have worked hard. Why did it turn against its demonic beast now? The aura in Chu Luyue's body didn't belong to it. It was clearly Rong Xiu's. It and Rong Xiao had a master-servant relationship. Their auras were connected. It was fine that the black flying python had mistaken Chu Luiyue, but it actually misunderstood Chu Luiyue. Xue Xue wanted to protest, but it suddenly met Rong Xiao's cold gaze. It immediately became obedient. Chu Luiyue nodded and didn't pursue the matter. She looked around and realized that the originally steep mountain peak had been leveled to the ground. She sighed in her heart. The power of a battle between high-level demonic beasts was indeed shocking. Rong Xiao found a clean place and put her down. He pressed one hand on her back and continuously injected force into her. Chu Luiyue shook her head. These are all superficial wounds. You don't have to do this. Rong Xiao's other hand gently covered her eyes. Rest for a while. We'll leave when you're done packing. Chu Luiyue's vision darkened. She couldn't help but ask. Pack what? Rong Xiao's lips curled up slightly, but the smile didn't reach the corners of his eyes. Of course, it's time to clean it up. Of course, it's time to clean it up. Chapter 150. Outside Wanling Mountain, Tianlu Academy's students and teachers were waiting in silence. The atmosphere was stagnant, and no one said a word. The silence was suffocating. Some students were seriously injured and in a coma. Although some were fine, they were injured. At a glance, almost no one came out unscathed. Time ticked by, and the waiting became more and more unbearable. Occasionally, some people would look at Wanling Mountain. Their faces were no longer filled with anticipation and excitement. Instead, they were filled with fear. Who would have thought that something like this would happen in Wanling Mountain? Now, it seemed like it still made people feel fearful. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. A few figures quickly flew out of the forest. Everyone looked over. The teachers standing at the very front all revealed joyful expressions. You're finally back. There seemed to be a huge commotion in Wanling Mountain just now. What happened? That black flying python seemed to have used a killer move. It was too dangerous. Luckily, you came out in time. They were waiting outside, so they could not see the situation inside. They could only vaguely hear loud noises as if an intense battle had broken out. Two teachers went forward and handed Sun Hu and Mu Hongyu to the people beside them to take care of. One of them sighed. Don't mention it. That black flying python seemed to have gone crazy. It sent all the fiend beasts in the mountain range to surround that mountain. Mu Hongyu and the rest had a hard time escaping. Later on, another high-level magical beast appeared and fought with the black-winged heaven-swallowing python, raising the entire mountain to the ground. If we were any later, it would have been difficult for us to come out. What? An advanced fiend beast appeared? Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. Didn't Elder Sun say that this place was the black flying python's territory? What was the advanced fiend beast that appeared later? It actually dared to fight with it head-on? We didn't see it clearly, but it was indeed very powerful. It was even more powerful than the black flying python. Everyone was speechless. The black flying python was a 7th-grade fiend beast, and it was extremely powerful. What kind of fiend beast was more powerful than it? It was an existence that only appeared in legends. They were really unlucky this time, to actually encounter such an opportunity. Where's Elder Sun? He didn't come back with you? Bai Chen glanced around and didn't see Elder Sun's figure, so he couldn't help but ask. The teachers looked a little embarrassed. After a while, someone said. Elder Sun went to that mountain alone to save people. We couldn't get in touch with him. How is that possible? Isn't that too dangerous? Bai Chen frowned, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Save people? In addition to Mu Hongyu and the others who had already returned, there was also, where are Chu Luiyue and Gu Mingzhu? The two of them are on that mountain. Master went to save them. Si Ting suddenly spoke. Everyone fell silent. Elder Sun was the strongest amongst them, but even he wasn't a match for the black-winged heaven-devouring python. If he went alone like this, it was simply, Elder Sun. A teacher inadvertently raised his head and saw a familiar figure walking out of the forest. He couldn't help but call out. Everyone hurriedly looked over. Bai Chen had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the bloodstains on Elder Sun's body. His expression changed, and he quickly rushed forward. Elder Sun. Are you injured? Elder Sun waved his hand. It's just a small injury. Bai Chen looked at his gloomy expression and suddenly felt uneasy. Elder Sun actually came back alone. Elder Sun. Lu Yu and Gu Mingzhu. Elder Sun shook his head tiredly and sighed. I'm useless. I didn't manage to save them in time. They were all sucked into the black-winged heaven-devouring python's killer move. The moment he said this, the crowd fell silent. If even Elder Sun said this, then it was almost certain that the two of them were dead. How could they possibly be a match for the black-winged heaven-devouring python? Mu Hongyu suddenly stood up. I don't believe it. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. I'll go find her. With that, she quickly walked forward. However, before she could take 2 steps, her vision turned black, and she fainted. A teacher at the side immediately went forward to check on her. Her internal and external injuries are very serious. In addition, she lost a lot of blood. It's already very difficult for her to hold on until now. She suddenly fainted because of the shock. Elder Sun, you don't have to worry too much. Give her some medicine later and let her rest more. She'll recover. Elder Sun nodded, but he still looked a little dazed. He was still regretting and blaming himself for not being able to save the two of them. Before coming, I should have checked clearly. If he had done more research and sensed that the situation in Wanling Mountain had changed, he definitely would not have brought so many students here directly, and there would not have been so many casualties. This was practically the most tragic hunt in Tianlu Academy in recent years. Elder Sun, don't blame yourself too much. No one can be sure about this kind of thing. Who knows what happened to the black-winged heaven-devouring python? It suddenly went crazy this time, Bai Chen consoled him, but he also felt terrible. He had always thought highly of Chu Luyue. Moreover, he was the one in charge of her entrance exam. Although he was not her teacher, he had always cared about her. However, he did not expect that. Elder Sun, Wanling Mountain is in chaos now. Let's hurry back to the academy. A teacher finally could not help but say. How could Elder Sun not know what to do now? However, how was he going to explain to his uncle master when he returned? Even if it was out of selfishness, he did not want to see Chu Luyue die here. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes and finally said, inform everyone that Tianlu Academy is to return immediately. The elders and teachers quickly took action and left in batches. Even Sun Hu and Mu Hongyu were taken away while they were unconscious. Gradually, most of the people had left. Si Ting walked to Elder Sun's side and hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, is what you said just now true? Elder Sun looked at him with a complicated gaze. He could actually see through Si Ting's thoughts. However, he let out a long sigh and patted Si Ting's shoulder. The last glimmer of light in Si Ting's eyes completely dimmed. Gu Mingfeng, it's time to go. A teacher saw that Gu Mingfeng was still standing there without moving, so he spoke up. Gu Mingfeng took a deep look in the direction of the mountain peak. There, the originally towering mountain peak had disappeared. Even though he was standing there, he could still feel the violent collapse of the mountain. They had agreed to meet outside the mountain, but now, even the mountain was gone. Perhaps in this life, he would never see that pair of clear and trusting eyes again. That teacher walked to his side. I know that you are upset that your sister met with an accident. However, things have already come to this. Gu Mingfeng took a deep breath and turned to leave with that teacher. As the sun set in the west, everyone's figures disappeared from their original positions. Only the dense forest, under the illumination of the sunset, was strangely tranquil. A small stream extended from the forest and flowed down. The afterglow shone on it, and the water was clear and crystalline. Gradually, the stream seemed to be dyed red, and it looked exceptionally beautiful. Then, the red gradually became thicker and thicker, almost turning into a river of blood. The corpse of a golden-eyed demon beast was faintly discernible. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 151. Night fell, and a bright moon hung in the sky. The bright moonlight flowed down like water, and the branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently with the wind. The shadows cast by the trees were like seaweed swaying gently in the water, quiet and serene. Chu Luiyue was leaning against a thick tree. Beside her, Rong Xiu was also sitting on the ground, planning to help her clean her wounds. The most serious injury on her body was the broken bone in her shoulder. If it was not treated in time, it would not be good in the future. It was a good thing that even without her teaching, Rong Xiu seemed to be very familiar with this. His movements were gentle and quick. "I'm helping you set your bones. Bear with it," Rong Xiu said in a low voice as his slender hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Chu Luiyue nodded. She had suffered this kind of injury countless times in her previous life, so it was nothing. Rong Xiu gently placed his hand on her shoulder and then pushed. Chu Luiyue's body trembled from the pain. Rong Xiu looked at her and saw that the young girl's face was pale. Because of the pain, her forehead was covered in sweat. But from beginning to end, she did not make a sound as she forcefully swallowed the pain. Rong Xiu's eyes were slightly cold. He felt a bit of regret in his heart that he did not properly torture that bastard before taking care of him. His movements were even more gentle as he took off his white coat. With a chi-la sound, he tore it into strips and wrapped Chu Luiyue's wounds. Chu Luiyue heard this sound and turned her head to look. She could not help but smile. "Your Highness, your clothes are very expensive. Isn't this too wasteful?" Rong Xiu knew that she was teasing him, so he also smiled. "It's no problem, it's just a piece of clothing. You can just compensate me with another one later." Chu Luiyue raised her brows. "You really don't want to suffer a loss. Your Highness is really stingy." Rong Xiu's movements paused as his smile deepened. "I've always been generous, but I'm stingy towards you." Chu Luiyue felt as if his heart was being gently rubbed by something. After this incident, an invisible barrier seemed to have been broken between her and Rong Xiu. Although neither of them said anything, their relationship did seem to be much closer than before. "I'm already used to His Highness' stinginess, but I'm curious about something. Why did you come so coincidentally?" This place was 2 days away from the imperial capital, so it was absolutely impossible for Rong Xiu to arrive here in an instant. That meant that it was very likely that he had arrived here a long time ago. Rong Xiu's expression did not change. Rong Xiu said that she wanted to hunt a demonic beast, and it just so happened that there was a demonic beast tied here, so I came to take a look personally. I plan to choose a suitable one and bring it back to her. Rong Xiu was the current 8th princess. She was already 13 years old this year, which was indeed the age to find a magical beast to hunt. But, this kind of thing could be left to his subordinates. Why did he have to do it himself? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. "You really care about the 8th princess." Rong Xiu did not mind that she had seen through him. Instead, he looked at her steadily. "Yes, I do care about her very much." It went without saying who he was referring to. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and she did not know how to reply. At this moment, Shui finally came back. It walked to Chu Luiyue and put down the thing in its mouth. It was the blood ferret. When Shui left earlier, Chu Luiyue thought that since it was a high-level demonic beast, it should be very sensitive to the aura of other demonic beasts, so she asked it to help find this little thing. After the mountain collapsed, she actually did not have much hope in her heart, but this little thing risked its life for her, so she still remembered it. She did not expect to really find it. But at this moment, the little thing was lying on the ground, motionless. Chu Luyue checked it and found that it was still breathing weakly. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was still alive. Sensing her touch, the little thing's tail suddenly moved, and then it slowly opened its eyes. Those round eyes clearly reflected Chu Luyue's face. It looked at her in a daze and blinked its eyes, as if it had not reacted. Chu Luyue carefully picked it up and pinched its ears. It's okay, now we are safe. Only then did the little thing realize that it was not dreaming. Its eyes widened, and then it hugged Chu Luyue's thumb and cried. It thought that it was already dead. It thought that it would never see her again. Chu Luyue saw that it was crying so sadly, and she found it funny and sad at the same time. Okay, come back with me. In the future, this kind of thing will not happen again, okay? This little thing was very congenial to her, and she liked it very much. Now that it was still alive, it was best to bring it back. Although it could not be treated as a magical beast to hunt, it could be treated as a pet magical beast to accompany her. When the little thing heard this, it realized that it could always be by her side in the future, and it could not help but cry even louder. After a long time, it stopped, but its body was still sobbing, and its eyes and nose were red. It looked pitiful and cute. It saw that Chu Luyue's shoulder was injured, so it obediently stayed by her side. Rong Xiu looked at it from the side and suddenly said, "It's really lucky." Chu Luyue was in a good mood at this moment, and her eyes were curved. Yes. Previously, in order to help me, it was attacked by the black flying python, and then the mountain collapsed. As Chu Luyue spoke, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. This little thing was only a third-grade magical beast, and the kind that did not have much fighting power. How could it have withstood the black flying python's angry attack? Moreover, after the entire mountain collapsed, the situation was so chaotic, but it actually survived safely. Chu Luyue held it in her hand again and looked at it over and over again. The little thing seemed to be tickled, and it rolled around happily in her hand. Chu Luyue was stunned. This little thing did not seem to be seriously injured. Other than a few scratches on its body, it was completely fine. Now that it was alive and kicking, who could imagine what it had gone through before? The most important thing was that Wanling Mountain was the black flying python's territory, and all the magical beasts here obeyed its orders due to the difference in level. The magical beast's attack was the best evidence. But this little thing seemed not to be affected. Not only did it not attack her together with the other magical beasts, but it also stood on her side and went against the black flying python. The more Chu Luyue thought about it, the more she found it strange. She carefully checked the little thing again, but did not find anything unusual. The little thing hugged her finger intimately, and its furry tail rubbed against her finger. Just as Chu Luyue was in a daze, Rong Xiu suddenly stretched out his hand and took the little thing over. "You need to rest now. Think about these things in the future." Chu Luyue felt that he was right, and she nodded. The little thing was suddenly forced away from the warm place, and it immediately woke up and stared fiercely at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu glanced at it lightly. Humph. The little thing was frightened, and it immediately retracted its gaze, and obediently turned around to wait. "Why do I smell blood on Shui Shui?" Chu Luyue asked curiously. Although the smell was very faint, it was indeed there. And it was obviously stronger than the smell after the black flying python was killed. Shui Shui froze, and it turned around and lay on the ground, pretending that it did not hear anything. Rong Xiu paused and quietly changed the topic. "When you've recovered a little, we'll go back to the imperial capital tomorrow," Huiyao said. "You'll get a better reading experience from love." Chapter 152. 2 days later, the teachers and students returned to the academy, but they were not as excited and happy as they were when they left. The demonic beast riot in Wanling Mountain had caused many casualties. They were already very lucky to be able to come back alive, not to mention other things. The news quickly spread in the imperial capital and caused a huge uproar. Peach Garden. Several elders and teachers gathered together. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a long time, elder son sighed. Martial uncle is in seclusion these days. When he comes out, I will report this matter and accept my punishment. Everyone looked at each other and comforted him. Elder son, this is indeed an accident. It's not your fault. Yes, Wanling Mountain has been very peaceful for decades. It's not the first time we went there to hunt demonic beasts. Who would have thought that this time? Elder son, if you didn't give the order to retreat in time, our casualties would be even greater. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. Elder son waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to say any more. A mistake is a mistake. We have to clean up the mess now. Is the casualty list out? Wen Yen immediately said. It's done. Ignoring the minor injuries, 57 people are seriously injured, and 14 people are dead. Elder son slowly clenched his hand. Why are there so many? Didn't you say there were 8 people? Yes, there were indeed 10 people who died at the beginning. Later, Yi Qing found the bodies of the 2 missing people under a cliff somewhere. What about the other 2? Wen Yen carefully looked at elder son's expression and lowered his voice. The remaining 2 are Chu Luyue and Gu Mingzhu. The mountain collapsed, and the 2 of them were swallowed into the black whirlpool of the black flying python. How could they survive? Therefore, the 2 of them were also included in the death list. Elder son was stunned when he heard their names. He was silent for a while. Inform their families. In addition, our academy will be fully responsible for this matter. Try your best to compensate them. Yes. Gu family. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap broke the silence in the room. Gu Mingfeng's head was tilted, and his face quickly became red and swollen. How did you take care of your sister? Why is she the only one who died when so many people are fine? Gu Mingfeng, explain it to me today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this house. The Gu family's patriarch, Gu Wenhui, was furious. He slapped Gu Mingfeng as if it wasn't enough, so he slapped him again. There was a clear palm print on Gu Mingfeng's face. He looked at Gu Wenhui expressionlessly. It was just a glance, and then he lowered his eyes. This was his so-called father. In his eyes, there was only Gu Mingzhu. As for him, he was just an eyesore. She was not in the same team as me, so I don't know how she died. How dare you lie? Gu Wenhui was so angry that he kicked Gu Mingfeng in the chest and shouted angrily. Her profound formation black crystal was used, but she didn't survive. Other than you, who else knows that she has this thing on her? You've always been jealous of her. This time, weren't you the one who stole her things and tried to kill her? How could I, Gu Wenhui, give birth to a thing that is worse than an animal like you? There was a numbing pain in his chest, and Gu Mingfeng's face was a little pale. Gu Wenhui used all his strength in this kick. If not for the fact that he was a mystic master and his physical strength was not that strong, this kick would have taken Gu Mingfeng's life. I don't know how she died. Gu Mingfeng repeated mechanically and indifferently. Besides, even elder son couldn't save her. Father, do you think that a profound formation black crystal can save her? Gu Wenhui was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. You even know how to talk back now. Your wings have hardened. Why aren't you the one who died? Why aren't you the one who died? Gu Mingfeng's eyelids twitched violently. In an instant, he felt that a part of his heart had completely collapsed. I should have seen it clearly. What was he? He was just a lowly existence that Gu Wenhui saw as a stain. Now, this so-called father wanted nothing more than to use his life in exchange for Gu Mingzhu's. Why? Was it because his birth mother was of lowly birth? Was it because he was the product of Gu Wenhui's drunken stupor? Gu Mingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. His gentle face was expressionless, but his entire body was frighteningly cold. When Gu Wenhui saw him like this, he was even angrier. Get lost. You're not part of the Gu family anymore. Gu Mingfeng looked up. Since you're chasing me out, I'll naturally listen to you. From now on, I won't step into the Gu family anymore so that I won't be an eyesore to you. Then, he directly turned around and left. Gu Wenhui slapped the table into pieces. When Chu Ning received the news, he happened to be discussing important matters with Emperor Jiawen in the palace. This matter had too many implications, so Tianlu Academy had sent someone to report it early in the morning. After Chu Ning heard it, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't recover his senses for a long time. When Emperor Jiawen saw him like this, he could only sigh deeply and then let him go back to rest for a few days. Chu Ning didn't know how he walked out of the palace, nor did he know where he had walked to. Everything around him seemed to have faded away, and he was the only one left in the world. He had never felt that his footsteps were so heavy. Every step he took was extremely tiring, and he even felt heart-wrenching pain. However, he didn't dare to stop. He was afraid that once he stopped, the despair and pain would completely drown him. Hey! How can you walk like this? On the streets, he walked in a daze. Someone hurriedly walked past him and bumped into him. That person said in disgust, but when he saw Chu Ning's clothes, he immediately realized that he had offended an important person. Thus, he hurriedly shut his mouth and left. When he left, he was still talking to the person beside him. Yeah. Who would have thought that Tianlu Academy would have so many casualties this time? I heard that more than 10 people died. What a pity. They were all rare geniuses. Hey, they said that Chu Luyue, who just got in a while ago, seemed to have died as well. He's a genius among geniuses. So what? If he dies, he won't have a chance to come back to life. Chu Ning forced himself to stand up, lowered his head, and walked forward. Someone stood in front of him. He looked up slowly and took a while to recognize the person in front of him. Chu Yan. His face was filled with curiosity and pity as he enunciated each word clearly. Big brother, I heard that Chu Luyue died. Oh, you will be alone in the future. What are you going to do? Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 153. When Chu Yan heard the news, he immediately rushed over to look for Chu Ning. As expected, he saw him in a daze. He finally let out the breath that he had been holding in all this time. Although you're no longer part of the Chu family, you're still my big brother. Something happened to Chu Luyue, and as your younger brother, I'm really worried about you. Big brother, the dead can't come back to life. You have to restrain your grief. Chu Yan put on a sorrowful expression, but the pride and arrogance in his eyes were almost overflowing. Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Chu Ning's heart. It was as if his heart was going to be minced into pieces. Chu Ning used all the strength in her body to stand firm. She glared at him. Are you done? The suppression of a stage 5 warrior was not to be underestimated. Chu Yan subconsciously trembled when he glanced at him, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. However, he was in a good mood now, so he simply ignored it. Hey, big brother, why are you angry? You can't blame me for this. I'm just worried that you'll be too sad, so I'm here to console you. Think about how Chu Luyue entered Tianlu Academy by passing all 3 assessments. He even booked the entire Phoenix restaurant to celebrate. How lively was that? At that time, who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Don't you think so? As Chu Yan spoke, he deliberately sighed. Originally, I thought that our Minmin wasn't outstanding enough and was much worse than Chu Luyue. However, I didn't expect that this time. It was because she had just recovered that she was extra careful and avoided so many dangers. Big brother, you see, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. It's really hard to say. Sometimes, some people are unparalleled, but who knows when they'll have to get lost. Chu Ning roared and kicked Chu Yan hard at the same time. Chu Yan was caught off guard and was kicked directly. In addition, his strength couldn't be compared to the current Chu Ning, so Chu Ning's angry kick directly broke his bones. Chu Yan fell to the ground, and his face was pale from the pain. Chu Ning's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he quickly walked forward. Chu Yan was struggling to stand up, but before he could, Chu Ning's foot had already mercilessly stepped on his wrist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was especially crisp. Ah! Chu Yan cried out in pain and almost fainted. Chu Ning, on the other hand, grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. This mouth, this person. He didn't want to endure it for even a moment. The people at the side had already recognized the identity of these two people. At first, they didn't dare to stop the fight, but in the end, when they saw Chu Ning's eyes were scarlet red and he grabbed the unconscious Chu Yan and wildly beat him up, as if he was determined to beat him to death, some people carefully tried to stop the fight. Lord Chu Ning. Lord Chu Ning, please stop hitting him. If you continue hitting him, he will die. However, Chu Ning did not seem to care at all. Instead, he slammed Chu Yan's head onto the ground. It was good that he was dead. If he died, the Chu clan would come and collect his corpse. Thinking of this, Chu Ning's movements paused as he suddenly thought of something. Eunuch Min came to report that Wanling Mountain's peak had collapsed, and Er's corpse was nowhere to be found. However, if he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground of Wanling Mountain, he would still search for it. Chu Ning threw Chu Yan to the ground, turned around and left quickly. When he heard that Chu Ning was here, Elder Son personally went out to welcome him. When he saw Chu Ning covered in blood, he was shocked. Lord Chu Ning, what happened to you? Chu Ning stared at him. Elder Son, I have a favor to ask. I want to go to Wanling Mountain to look for you, I heard that you were the last person to see her, so I would like to ask you to tell me the specific location so that I can start searching from there. How could Elder Son not know what he was thinking? However, Lord Chu Ning, we are all very sad that something happened to Lu Yu. It is normal for you to want to look for her. However, at that time, she was swallowed by the black whirlpool created by the black flying python. Chu Ning's face became paler. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. He knew about the black heaven-swallowing python. Once one was sucked into it, it would be difficult to find his corpse. Elder Son hurriedly supported him and closed his eyes. So, even if you go, I am afraid it will be in vain. Our academy has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Please tell me the location. I will look for her. Chu Ning slowly pushed his hand away and said firmly. Chu, Elder Son wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Chu Ning's expression, he couldn't bear it. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Chu Ning, to tell you the truth, I felt uneasy on the way back with the academy's students, so I went back to Wanling Mountain once. Chu Ning was stunned. Elder Son paused and recalled the scene that time. He was still shocked. The entire Wanling Mountain was washed with blood. All the magical beasts had been killed. The river that spread out from the forest was completely dyed red with blood. Countless fiends' corpses floated on the river. That scene was really purgatory on earth. Wanling Mountain, which was originally bustling with life, became silent. Only the bloody smell that filled the sky made one's heart tremble. This was most likely caused by the high-level fiend that appeared that day. However, Elder Son looked around and couldn't find any trace of it. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to find any traces of them when they were alive, let alone find Chu Luyue. Chu Ning looked defeated and was silent for a long time. But in the end, he still stubbornly said, this time, I must go. No matter whether he could find her or not, he must go. My is most afraid of being alone. I will bring her. He turned around stiffly. After taking a step, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Let's go home. For mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 154. Elder son got someone to send Chu Ning home and hired someone to take care of him in case anything happened to him. He could understand Chu Ning's feelings, but he did not know what would happen if he went out alone in his current state. How could he not be sad? Back then, he thought highly of Chu Luiyue and even wanted to take him in as his disciple. If Uncle Master did not beat him to it, he might really be his master now. Elder son felt bitter seeing such an outstanding genius fall with his own eyes, but he could not do anything about it. After sending Chu Ning away, elder son locked himself in the house and did not come out for a long time. The dying Chu Yan was sent back to the Chu family, but it did not cause much of a stir. Instead, many people laughed at him. Ever since Chu Luiyue came to make a scene and took away a large portion of the Chu family's assets, everyone in the Chu family hated Chu Yan and Luiyao to the core. Of these two people, one used his identity as the third young master to abuse his power, while the other took advantage of the fact that he was in charge of the Chu family's finances and pocketed almost all of the Chu family's assets. If it were not for the fact that the Chu family did not want the two of them to fill this hole, the Chu family would not have tolerated them. Besides, Chu Xianmin was just a concubine in Crown Prince Mansion. She could not do anything, so they were even more unscrupulous. Who would still put them in their eyes? The servant reported the news to First Elder, but he only sneered in return. He dug his own grave by provoking Chu Ning. Who can he blame? With Chu Luiyue dead, the Chu family could finally vent their anger. Who would not be secretly happy? However, out of so many people, only the brainless Chu Yan went straight to Chu Ning. No matter what, Chu Ning was already a stage 5 warrior and was not to be trifled with. Only a stupid person would go against Chu Ning directly. First Elder, as the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, Chu Ning beat Third Master half to death. This is not appropriate. Should we report this to His Majesty? First Elder's mouth twitched. He's stupid, but all of you are stupid as well. Chu Luiyue just died, and Chu Ning is devastated. Why would His Majesty pursue this matter at this time? Besides, it was Chu Ning who provoked him first. So many people were present at that time, and they clearly heard his **T. Even if we report this to His Majesty, we will not be in the right. Rather than this, we might as well deal with this matter quietly. First Elder is right. If he could ruthlessly trample on him at this time, that would be called venting his anger. There's no need for us to do anything. Chu Ning won't be able to hold on. Only Chu Ning is left. Can't he slowly deal with him in the future? Pity. Chu Luiyue died so easily outside. She really got off easy. First Elder muttered in a low voice. Only by personally dealing with Chu Luiyue can the hatred in his heart be quenched. Has there been any news from the Crown Prince? Why is His Majesty so cold to the Crown Prince these days? First Elder pondered for a moment and changed the topic. The palace has a tight lockdown on information. We have investigated in private, but we couldn't get any information. However, there is one thing that is a bit strange. The Crown Prince was urgently summoned to the palace on the night of his wedding with the third miss. No one knows what His Majesty said to him, but after he came out, the Crown Prince returned to his residence and never came out. Before that, His Highness Third Prince entered the palace. This matter is related to His Highness Third Prince? Not necessarily. But His Highness Third Prince is currently being held in the capital by His Majesty and has yet to return to the Northwest Army. First Elder's brows wrinkled. A few days ago, he personally sent a letter but was rejected. It can be seen that the Crown Prince's situation is worse than expected. Vaguely, he felt that the Crown Prince's position is in danger. But they have always been on good terms with the Crown Prince. They are already in the same boat. At this time, it would be wishful thinking to seek refuge with another prince. Therefore, they must find a way to help the crown prince out of his current predicament. Mu Hongyu was unconscious for an entire day and night. When she woke up, she sat on the bed in a daze. Her whole body seemed to have been drained of all strength. Her mind seemed to be blank, but everything that happened in Wanling Mountain kept replaying in her mind. All the scenes were clearly replayed over and over again, making her extremely uncomfortable. If they stopped Lu Yu at that time, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. They were the ones who thought they were lucky, and they were too relaxed. No matter how strong Lu Yu is, she is just a student like them. She even entered the school half a year later than them. How could they let her face a magical beast of the 7th rank alone? That's a very powerful being. Even the elders in the school might not be its match, let alone Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu thought in a daze as tears fell silently. Then, she slapped herself harshly. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly clear in the quiet room. Her face was burning with pain, but it was nothing compared to the self-blame and guilt in her heart. Wu, the golden mane bear cub, felt the heavy sadness from her body and seemed to be infected. It crawled over and hugged her arm as it whimpered softly. Mu Hongyu buried her head in her arms and sobbed silently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mu Hongyu hurriedly looked up, wiped the tears on her face, and dragged her tired and painful body to open the door. Who is it? When she saw the face of the person outside the door, Mu Hongyu's face immediately turned cold. She did not say anything and wanted to close the door. Even if the person was wearing a veil and only revealed a pair of eyes, she could immediately recognize that it was Chu Xianmin. Hey! Wait! Chu Xianmin held the door with one hand and stopped Mu Hongyu's actions. I heard that you were injured, so I came to visit you out of goodwill. Why are you in such a hurry to close the door? Chu Xianmin said as her eyes quickly swept across Mu Hongyu's face, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Mu Hongyu was enraged by her gaze, and her voice was cold. I don't welcome you here. Leave quickly. It won't do you any good to provoke me. Mu Hongyu seemed to smile. You're not my match even when you're at your peak, let alone now that you're injured. This kind of threat is meaningless. What do you want? Mu Hongyu had completely lost her patience. Chu Xianmin suddenly took a step closer. A sinister look flashed across her eyes as she smiled slowly. Chu Luiyue is dead. I heard that you were quite close to her, so I came to visit you. Look at you. She must have died very miserably, right? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.